On the glistening shores of a far-off land, lurking deep within the crumbling carapace of a long-dead sea god, live a people who know that only liars glitter, and that the bold are the first to die. Beneath the city, within it, where fear or madness or a shallow grave are just a roll of the dice away. Welcome to Daybreak City. Welcome to the Crease. Beyond the reach of sunlight, here in our unmappable labyrinth, I was born. Here in its twisting tunnels, its nacreous ravines, beneath the flickering neon lights and amongst the echoing depths, we changed. Or it changed us. So they call us Creaseborn.
And we're live.
Oh, hello. Hi. Welcome, everybody. We're back. Can we get just the briefest round of applause because Ascon defeated the dragon of OBS. It was a back and forth thing. Man. He was rolling death saves at one point, but OBS has been vanquished.
Yeah.
And we're ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons. Appreciate you. Goodness gracious. So, guys, it's time for Daybreak City Nights episode 4. Tell your friends. If you're new, the other episodes are on YouTube or on this channel. You can catch up if you like, but if you don't want to catch up, I'm going to give you a little synopsis. This is a world inspired in some ways by the modern new retro or synthwave music and some of my favorite TV shows from the 80s and also the traditional world of Dungeons and Dragons. So it's a little bit weird, and I hope you enjoy that as much as we have enjoyed exploring it. We are following the adventures of an eclectic group of high schoolers and adventurers and criminals, and in some cases they fill more than one of those categories, who are as of last episode, mostly delving into the underground regions of this city that we call Daybreak City. I would love if we could hop around and give like the super quick introduction of like who we are. For instance, I'm Local Snack Preferences. I'm mainly an art and illustration streamer, and I play everybody on this show except for the player characters. Asticon, would you mind going next?
Certainly, no worries. Hello there, I'm Asticon. You'll find me on twitch.tv/Asticon, where I mostly fly spaceships at the moment, with Elite Dangerous Odyssey being released, but occasionally I yell at dragons, assassinate people, build cities. I do art and music sometimes as well, quite often for our other show here, Empire. So if you want to check that out, feel free to pop on by. And today I'm playing Aelin, the nerdy elf rogue, for you.
Awesome, thank you. Dinsdale, could I implore you to go next?
Certainly. You may implore, and I will respond. I'm Dinsdale. I am a variety streamer. I stream a whole bunch of different kinds of games 4 days a week. And as an Armenian, I love sharing language and culture from my background on stream. I will be playing Araxi, who is a Creaseborn janitor at the school, who was just kind of stumbled into this group as she was looking for her cousin who ran away from home. So she's not really sure what's going on, but she's here to help her cousin.
That's awesome. And we had just run into them at the end of the last episode. Ren, could you go next for us?
Yeah, if I can find the mute button. Hi, my name is Ren. You guys probably know me around Twitch. I mod for a few people in our joint communities, but I don't really stream that much. I don't know if that's ever going to change, but I play Senna. She started off as an NPC, and then Snack was like, hey, you want to be Goldie's girlfriend? I was like, yes.
Nobody would turn that down.
No, yeah, who would turn that down? So here I am. And yeah, I play a cleric. I forget my subclass right now. Grave Domain. Yeah, I'm of the Grave Domain. Yeah, so I'm kind of an edgelord. Not quite edge, but maybe it'll adopt me. But yeah, so whenever.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Fantastic. Perfect. Speaking of edge.
Speaking of Edge, and I'm
Dragners.
Edge. Hi,
Yeah.
how's it going? I'm Dragners, also go by Kyle. I stream on Twitch. Right now I'm playing a lot of Subnautica, like a lot of Subnautica. And I also talk about psychology and neuroscience because that's what I do. But I'm playing Rory / Edge. I'm Edge when I have the glasses. I'm just Rory when I don't have the glasses. Now I'm just, when I'm Rory, I'm just an older brother to Yevon, and yeah, I'm a fighter. I'm like a psychic kind of fighter.
Psychic fighter. It's
Yeah.
just going along with the cognition thing. Thanks, Kyle.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It's awesome. I'm into it. Stacy.
Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Stacy the Linguist. I am a linguist, and I talk about linguistic stuff on streams. I do that, and I play a bunch of puzzle games. It's really not a whole lot of crazy stuff. And I play Strel, who is a wood elf monk who has gotten really rich recently, but doesn't really know what to do with all of this money or with her life. She kind of bounces around from different gangs and is kind of just floating around. So we'll see what's up with Strel.
Awesome. Thank you. And then Taco Trash Can.
Hello, I am Taco Trash Can. I play a little human sorcerer girl named Tanya. She is a teenager. She is sassy. And if you want to find me and my sassy self, and if you like if you like Zillow reviews, and you like fun times, check me out at Taco Trash Can, twitch.tv/Taco Trash Can. Don't put Taco Trash Can first. If you do, that won't get you anywhere.
Thank you. That's pretty much the vibe. So
Yeah.
and then Zara Zodiac.
Hi, I'm Zara Zodiac. You can find me over on Zara Zodiac Twitch, but like Taco said, don't put the Zara Zodiac first. I play right now Breath of the Wild and Subnautica, but basically I play pretty much everything because I made a promise to play everything that I own, so that's fun. And today I'm playing Mirage Moramira, a half-orc acrobat whose grandma has gone missing.
Indeed. Legendary
Poor
Gam
Gam
Gam,
Gam.
We need Gam Gam.
who maybe seems to be more than anybody realized. Well, thank you all so much. You can see we've got a lot of people on the stream today, and what we're going to do is sort of bounce around between a couple of different storylines. If you were with us from the beginning, you know that in our second episode, Senna Kavidi hired some of the party to help her go destroy a base, a hideout, like depot supply point for one of her rivals, and you were able to accomplish that. But some unexpected things happened towards the end of that mission. Do we have a scene with like Stacy and Ren and stuff? No, we have this one. Sweet. Can I get other people? No. You've made this live, like as we were starting, so there's no apologies allowed. Could we get people to cover their cameras except for Ren and Stacy? And either one of you who feels like it, I would love if you remember some of the things that happened towards the end of the last episode that you were in.
Yeah, so I remember our lovely Goldie, their character
Winona.
Winona,
Yeah.
our lovely Winona, got herself a boat, a pretty nice one too, and I think we had wrangled the crew into helping us out in getting away from said island. And I think there might have been some stuff between Winona and Senna, but Strel was just kind of along for the ride.
It's kind of oblivious to it.
just like, all of this family drama has happened, and like, hey, I just came for the cash and for the good times.
You made that cash too, didn't you?
Bet your ass I did.
You guys were sort of splitting ways then after the end there. Senna, you had also a brief encounter with your brother.
I did, yeah.
And the last thing he said as he teleported away from the battle was almost casually to let you know that your father was dead.
Right, yeah.
And then I remember the plan essentially being that you and Strel and maybe Aelin were going to take your powerboat back to the
Got some new
back
crew
to the
members
city.
out of it too, yeah.
Right. Did you take the knoll?
Yeah.
Wait, the knoll that we stuffed a sock into? I don't think we took them, did we?
On the boat, yeah. I went back for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
He's indebted to me now, so. And he crosses me.
We did such a good job tying him up.
I know.
Well, so there's two people.
He pissed himself. He was covered in piss too, so.
Really stank up the whole boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to know, like, what do you think the vibe is like with the three of you on this, the three of you on this, on this speedboat heading back to the city?
I mean, I employed them. I mean, it's not that I'm not interested. The only connection I had to them was Winona, and I'm probably quiet to myself, seething in the corner, thinking about what my brother had said and what could have led up to. I'm just in the corner thinking, not really interacting with anyone. Yeah.
It's a few hours back to the city. I think you have to change your power core at least once.
Yeah. I'll ask Aelin to assist me, and then we'll do it, and then head back. But I'm relatively quiet.
Strel, are you asking any questions during this time, or are you sort of just vibing?
Strel kind of is just vibing. I can imagine that, like, on this boat ride home, since it is like a few hours, they're kind of like looking out into like the dark sea and like up into the night sky, and just kind of like thinking about like how she even got here, and like kind of just like self-evaluating, like this was a fun time and all, but like, has it really done anything for her? Not really. It got her another handful of cash, which she has plenty of at this point. So she kind of feels like maybe a little bit empty, and is probably just like thinking about that on their way back, and just like reevaluating where she's at and why she's here.
It's not too long before you guys can see the eldritch misshapen mound with the lights sort of perched on it and beneath it and through it, that lets you know that you're returning to Daybreak City. And I know that you sort of have a dock for this boat. Hold on a second. I think I'm going to sneeze. 50-50. Just let the tension
Elephant.
build.
Bless you in advance.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
Bless
but then
you.
I didn't actually sneeze, so now my nose still kind of tickles. This is the worst.
Yep.
So you make your way through the rivers of the city, and there are, as you disembark, this is something that is sort of present in some of the wealthier parts of town, but there will be these big like message boards big rectangular boards that are usually just naturally dark, and then they'll have like public servant employee, like either wizards or sorcerers come by and like enchant them to be able to show like breaking news stories and things like that. As you guys are disembarking the riverboat, Aelin, says polite goodbyes and heads home. You guys notice a reporter staring into the camera and saying something along the lines of, as investigations continue into the untimely death of the controversial figure Don Coraggio Cavidi, the police have stated that they have no concrete suspects at this time. In the meantime, Kian Cavidi issued a statement through a spokesperson, and the camera cuts to your brother. It looks like it was maybe filmed earlier that day with someone standing in front of them looking very professional with notes, and they're reading and saying, this senseless tragedy is something that I'm sure we will get to the bottom of, but in the meantime, it highlights the need in this city for leadership and innovation and safety, which is why we believe it is now the proper and appropriate time to share the launching of the Cavidi Security Coalition, an alliance with the existing police network in the city, as well as shipping and logistics experts, the Ordained Ashes. We're going to be working side by side with the best people to create a new era of safety and security in this city.
Bastard. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. What the fuck is he up to?
One thing that you notice as well, there is something that flashes on the screen with a logo and a map of the city showing sort of different areas that the Cavidi Corporation is going to be protecting. And I don't know if it's possible to screen share a map right now, but you see also a bulletin update that says Cavidi Security Coalition wanted suspects, and it has like drawn pictures, and there are like 4 people that you don't necessarily recognize, and then there's a picture that is unmistakably Rory and a picture that's unmistakably Strel.
Well, Strel was with me, and I wouldn't know Rory, so I wouldn't recognize Rory, but I would recognize Strel.
Yeah, you guys are standing there, and yes, Strel, you're looking at your own face on basically a wanted poster on this screen.
I have one very important question. Does it look good? Tell me, how good do I look?
I'm gonna roll for it. I rolled a nat 1. It looks super, like, it's definitely you, but it's like a really unflattering angle. Oh, it's a shame. You see it, and it's...
Her hair is just disheveled, and...
You look sort of
As a booger
crazed
hanging.
and wide eyes, and your mouth is open, but not in any sort of like particular expression, just open.
Oh no!
So I'll see this, and I'll look over at her, and
Oh my God.
did you have any jobs before I hired you?
Of course I had jobs. I take jobs all over the city.
Murder my father?
Oh, come on now, darling. You really don't think that I would do something like that?
You're pretty chaotic, so yeah, I do.
Well, I mean, for the right price, but I'm telling you right now that I didn't.
Okay. I'll believe you. You just say yes or no.
I didn't kill your father.
Okay.
if I did, I probably didn't do it all by my lonesome either.
Do you recognize any other of the other faces?
So I definitely recognize Rory's, just out of character. I definitely recognize Rory's. Do I recognize anybody else on there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I've recognized this one kid up there, but seems like he got himself into a bit of trouble. I warned him that, this might not be quite his thing.
Rory's picture looks pretty good.
Fucking hell. Sorry.
Sorry. Are we allowed to curse? I'm so sorry if
We're allowed to.
It's
more of a creative constraint.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'd like to meet this Rory. I need to start a proper investigation as to what the hell is going on.
Well, I mean, it seems like your dear darling brother has an investigation underway. Do you really think that you'll be able to get to this kid
That
before he
idiot
does?
Doesn't know what the hell he's doing, so yes.
Wow. I'll see if I can get you close to this kid and you can ask him your questions. But I'll tell you this right now. When I was working with him, he wasn't exactly the murderous type.
Well, I don't expect that he killed him, but he might know where to lead me to.
All right. Whatever you want, darling.
Right.
Give me a intelligence check, Strel.
Just straight intelligence.
Please, yes.
Oh, whoops. Mm-hmm. Sorry, 1 second.
Sure. I just don't want to be the only one rolling dice,
Yeah, no, it's understandable. There we go. That's a 5.
You think it's a little weird that Key and Kaviti would be partnering with the police. I would have told you more, but
That's fair. That's totally fair. It's a weird situation.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think he's just trying to get his hands in politics.
yes. One thing you are aware of, and this is not a tip, it's just something factually that Senna would know, is that it would be very controversial among people in the family to build a relationship like this, because there is a very strong, like, almost moral principle that you don't associate with, help, or even cooperate with authorities like cops.
Right.
It is like, even if you are attacked and wronged, it's seen as disgraceful to collaborate.
That's why I'm already extremely upset, because Father would not want this at all. And whatever he has planned, he's trying to, get authority, meld authority with our line of work, and I'm not okay with that.
Right. You may also see some people patrolling this dockside area. There's this beautiful, very manicured part of the city called the Marble Canal, and it is just quite well manicured. Lots of like very posh, trendy shops. It's used to be kind of sketchy, and they like gentrified it proper, which, again, people have different feelings about. But you see some people in uniforms that look kind of like police or military uniforms, but they have this Kaviti, it's like a new logo, and it says Kaviti Security Coalition on it. And Strel, you feel like maybe you get like a double take.
Listen, Senna, I'll take you to this kid. but it's probably best if I disappear for a second.
You want me to wait here? What?
When I say a second, I mean maybe a day or two.
Oh, all right. Not literally. Okay.
No, I. As much as I love being out in the open and strutting around, that really ugly picture of me is giving me some dirty looks. So I think I'll lay low for a second, and I'll have Winona contact you when I find the kid.
All right. See you soon.
And,
Where are you
attempts to
going?
disappear in the night.
Yeah, where are you headed?
So Strel doesn't really have a home per se. She like spends most of her times like in clubs or in bars, or like in other places trying to like, just do her acrobatic entertaining thing. And so I think her first reaction would probably be to go to the is it the Salty Sail?
Yes.
Yeah, is to probably go there since she has some allies there, and then kind of feel it out there. And if that's not safe, then just like find a dark alleyway to spend the night in, because that's the next best thing.
Do you have anything that you're going to try to do to sort of keep yourself safe and blend in while that's happening?
I mean, definitely
one of the things
taking
you will know,
side streets. And staying
there
off the beaten
are
path.
like a limited number of like curving stairways carved into the city's shell, and even a few like mechanical lifts that head up to Klingsley, where the Salty Sail is. So those are always a little bit crowded. There aren't necessarily alleyways. Like part of the journey is going to be crowded because you're essentially going through these very narrow channels to get to Klingsley.
I do have a disguise kit, so I think I might try to duck into an alleyway and disguise myself a little bit. Take my hair down, try and redo my eyebrows, maybe shape my nose a little bit different with some contouring. Trying to just blend in a little bit better somehow.
Do we have a role for your disguise kit?
I don't know.
You might be able to just click it as a tool proficiency.
Yeah, there should be one for
a tool proficiency.
Over on the left.
Let me just.
If it's there.
It's
other proficiency.
Just other proficiency. No, I only have my language proficiencies there, but I think I can set this up real fast. Just kidding.
Okay, just roll me a d20.
Okay. Great. That's exactly what you want to see.
You're not sure, but you do your best and head that direction. As you're heading that way, Senna, what are you going to do in this moment? Are you going to contact people? What's your first priorities here?
I would try to contact Winona on my own and try to figure out who this Rory kid is, and then I'm not sure if my my father's right hand man, try to contact him, see if I could get any information from him, if Kian hasn't already intercepted him, and I'm just going to start the investigation on my own because I'm left alone at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Are you going to maybe send a messenger down to wait at the docks for Winona? Because you know that she has this ship that she was going to try to have basically breaking in.
Yeah, I'm gonna arrange to make sure she has a proper documentation for the ship because we took it from Kian and his men. So
smart.
I'm gonna go ahead and sign the boat over to her, and I'll send someone her way and get paperwork started and
smart.
And
I'm writing that down.
Okay, good.
That's very clever. Could you give me an investigation roll just for trying to sort of represent the way that you go about trying to contact people who might know about your father?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, sorry, not advantage, normal roll. Okay. So that's yeah. Roll?
Yeah, it's not bad. I think you find you're thinking about who the best people to talk to would be, and it's sort of a thing where, on the one hand, there's people who know your father really well. On the other hand, it's people who you trust your brother doesn't have his claws into.
Right.
And it occurs to you that there is I cannot remember the word, but essentially like a mafia accountant,
Okay.
an old human man who went by the name of Triv, and he doesn't like your brother, sort of has a soft spot for you, and would have access to your dad's schedule and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to contact Triv. Payphone.
You find him at home. You know where his house is. It's over, probably in Fairside.
I would be polite and just can I
Consigliere. Thank you, Astakon. That's the word.
Consigliere. Thanks, Astakon. Yeah, I would just maybe ring him first and let him know that we need to talk, and I'll be over in 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's waiting for you with a cup of whatever what's your favorite beverage?
Just take a tea.
Tea, yeah. He's got the tea that you like with, a little saucer of milk and a little thing of sugar next to it, and he opens the door and he's like, Senna dear, come on in.
Triv.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
He puts his hand over his heart and he says, I'm so sorry. I know Coraggio, he meant so much to all of us. I know that you guys weren't always,
Yes, well.
And you can see that he's been crying a little. He's got puffy. His eyes are kind of red and stuff.
Give him
He sits down. He leads you into a little sitting room, sets your tea down, and just pours himself whiskey and drinks. What can I do for you?
I think Kian has something to do with this. Not think, I know.
What do you mean?
Well, I hired some people to deal with a rival gang, and he shows up and apparently is orchestrating the whole operation and tells me that father's dead.
Orchestrating
the collaboration.
Another gang?
Yes.
First the police and this.
Yeah.
He's not his father.
No, he's not, and he's not as bright either.
Well, how can I help you?
You seem to have books on pretty much everything he's ever had transactions with. Do you mind if I look through it and see if I can figure out what the last thing my father did before?
I can have his planner. I think I should actually have a copy, but I won't have the last few days. But and gets up, holds his back, and walks over. And there's he has a bookshelf, and fully 2 shelves, full left to right, are just your dad's planners for years. And he takes the most recent one out, the least dusty, and he sort of hands it over to you almost reverently.
Thank you. You're not safe, probably. I'm sure Kian will be here, or one of his men, at some point. Is there anywhere you can go to be safe?
This is my home.
I don't know. He can come. He can do what he wants.
Trev, no. I mean, do you not have any other family? I can put you up.
Your father was my family. That's kind. Where?
I don't know, but we can put you in some hotel for in the meantime until things blow over for a bit.
You're probably right. You're right. I shouldn't give Kian the satisfaction.
No, you shouldn't.
He starts putting the planners into like briefcases. He's not packing clothes.
Triv, don't forget clothes.
Yep.
Okay. Just
yes.
some.
You're right.
Yeah.
And he listens. You crack the book open and you see that he had dinner reservations. The most recent thing that you would see would be dinner reservations 2 nights in a row at this nice bar restaurant in the old Port District. Other than that, very routine types of daily things blocked into his schedule.
Who was father wooing? Okay.
Why would you associate a restaurant in the old Port District with wooing someone?
No reason.
Damn.
No reason. Yeah. Okay. I think that's going to be my next spot to investigate.
Okay.
And make sure Triv I'm going to escort him. And I'm going to probably try to get a meeting point with someone else I trust to get him in a hiding spot, because I don't know if I'm being watched. So I'd rather him move through a few cars to make sure he gets to a safe house.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Smart. Yeah. So, are you sort of trying to put together a few people within the family that you feel like you can trust?
Yeah.
And get like your own separate thing?
Yeah. I'm building a coalition of trustworthy people.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. That's awesome. Maybe we can talk more about that in another episode. I love that.
Okay.
I think for
yes.
Strel, real fast, because I just had a thought. After finding a place to hunker down, Strel would also try to send a message to Trey and try to get information about Rory from Trey, and then see if maybe they can get her out of town.
Okay.
If they can help with that, or if she's like on her own in this.
Good.
Sorry, just side
No,
note.
that's awesome. We will hop there right after this conversation at the restaurant, because I have to let Ren go soon. And so, yeah, the last thing we'll talk about this. You will make your way to this very nice seaside restaurant, talk to a few people, and eventually discover that a busboy, like a young employee who cleans tables and takes out the trash and stuff like that, saw not the attack, but was the person who discovered your father's body in the dark side area, like behind some bushes at this restaurant. And he had some deep he had wounds. He was obviously attacked, and the thing that this kid keeps sort of fixating on is that he had branching burn marks and piercing wounds.
Does it and then I'll show him my tattoo. Did it look like this?
Describe your tattoo.
So I have a branch of, basically it's just a branch, and anytime I use an ability or I cast a spell, flowers start blooming on the branch. So I'll ask him if it, because right now the branch is just dead. It doesn't have any flowers on it. Did it look like this?
He looks at your tattoo and he's a little bit enthralled by it for a moment, and then he's sort of it was black like that. It was burnt, but sharper in some way, almost like lightning.
Okay.
These marks. I don't know. His eyes were open. It's wide open. I shut him, and I think maybe I shouldn't have touched him, but it was just open. And sorry.
I'll try to calm him. It's not your fault.
Yeah. You're able to calm him down. He's sort of just obviously thinking about it too much is a little bit difficult still, but you get that detail about sort of the remains and what it looked like when your father died and where it happened. And I suspect.
Do you remember who he was with that night?
He tells you, and I don't know. So I will find out and tell you next time.
Okay.
And I'm going to write it down. You'd think that would be the type of thing that I would know, but sometimes
that's okay.
You just don't realize. But he tells you who your father was with, and we'll find that out. But yeah, I don't want to keep you too late because I know you have really cool appointments. Ren's an all-star.
No.
She's got.
We love Ren.
She's got stuff
I love
to do.
you guys.
Thank you for hopping on and being awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I'll miss you guys.
Bye, Ren.
Bye.
Strel, you're able to contact Trey. They kind of tend to move around as well, just because less out of fear, more out of just that's how they like to enjoy life, and they'll stay with different friends and things like that, and they just sort of need to be connected to everybody equally, and so it's almost a science of balancing those relationships. They tell you that they will help you get in touch with Rory.
Okay.
And they ask, did you hear the news about that city in the Empire?
I don't think I did. I don't. I don't read newspapers or anything. That's not my thing.
Bite Fast Garrison. It's almost just a military camp, but there are people and kids there. I'm trying not to let it bother me, but that city blew up.
Oh my God. Did you know anybody there? I mean, did I know anybody there?
Probably not. It's almost
Probably
on the other
not.
side of the world.
Yeah.
It's on the border of Cadmia, but the opposite border that Daybreak City is on.
I'm so sorry, Trey. That's crazy.
One explosion blew the city up.
Oh my God.
Do you know what does that?
Only something terribly powerful. I'm not exactly a magical person, Trey.
I was thinking maybe RHV.
Oh. Right. Yeah, okay. So maybe we stay away from jobs like that from now on.
Gotta survive somehow. I'm telling myself
you know
that,
it?
but I still feel I didn't want to make a difference in history necessarily.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah, I
having
know
a
what you
hard
mean.
time feeling like
You know, Trey.
this didn't change things.
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know you and I are going to be just fine, but if you do get in touch with the kid and any of the other people that we did this job with, maybe we don't tell them about that.
I was thinking the same thing. I haven't really talked to anybody, but you and I.
I think that's smart.
Go
I mean,
back.
you know, they're just tools to get a job done, you know? They don't need to know about some of these things. We'll just keep that between the two of us and
You can tell they're nervous because they're playing with their just gorgeous beard. Still just polished, fantastic. No sign of distress anywhere in their physical appearance. But yeah, I think with that, we are going to hop over to the rest of the gang. Thank you so much for joining us.
absolutely.
Can I summon the homies?
Oh, hi.
So much power here. Thank you for hopping over to that scene. I like worked on that cool cyberpunk looking Kaviti logo, and then I realized I didn't know if we were going to be able to show it or not, so appreciate that a lot.
Yep.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for
Hi.
your patience.
No worries.
So shifting scenes from these things that are going on in the surface world, unbeknownst to most of you. Last time we were all together, you had followed a psychic sound. You had
As one does.
traced. Yes, you had traced this. This phenomenon that apparently people who have divine connections to divine magic were experiencing, that were drawing them to this temple in the Crease, which is the underground labyrinth of Daybreak City. And you specifically, Araxi, you had found your cousin Lexi. Rory, your sister, and Tanya's best friend Yevon is also being affected, and you sort of let her lead you guys here. And you guys are all now standing right outside the entrance to this temple that you can tell is the source of this sound. And I'll bring us back to this map that we had. Oh, we're here. Awesome. That's where the players are. Is this very roughly drawn map of this entire cavern? So, first of all, do you have any questions for me in terms of reminding what's going on? I know it's been a little while.
An update would be nice.
Yeah,
little
whereabouts
update.
was everyone?
As I recall, Araxi was in line with Lexi about to enter the temple, and I remember at least, at the very least, Tanya was like getting ready to go all gangbusters into the temple.
Yes.
And I feel like Rory was with them, but I'm not sure about Aelin or Miresh.
Rory was with his sister.
I'm with my
Yeah,
sister.
Rory was deciding whether or not he was gonna enter or not.
Because we don't want to bring Yevon closer to the source because she's getting really
Yeah.
uncomfortable. So I don't want to leave her alone out there.
And I believe Mirish is physically restraining Tanya from going into the temple.
Yeah. We're
With a
holding
vice-like.
fast hands, like
Tanya is like a child who wants to walk down the toy aisle at Target, and Mirish is her mom. Mirish is your
yes.
mom.
Yes,
pretty
absolutely.
much right now. Yeah.
We'll
No,
go
that's-
to the toys later, okay?
Yeah. I think you were actually about to walk into the temple.
Yes, we were. Also, too, a note for the audience. Audience would know this. Everybody else does not. Tanya hears the bells.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Tanya, if like because I think we all agreed we would go in together. At least those of us who aren't watching after Nievin. So Tanya's like, "Are you ready?" Tanya turns to Marish and is like, "Are you ready to do this?" And she kind of squeezes her hand.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go. We're pumped. Just kind of just barrel in. Just screaming.
Great.
All right.
One step away from Leroy Jenkins.
We all know how that ended.
Oh no.
Content. What is the rest of the party doing in this moment?
So I like see them barge in, and I'm definitely urged to follow them. But having Nevin by my side, I just kind of like put my hand on my sword, put on my glasses, and I just start looking like I'm just gonna guard out here, and
Edge is coming out.
I'm just gonna.
At the expense of the mood, I just need to know.
Okay.
Do Rory's glasses function as his armor?
I mean, emotional armor? Yes. If somebody hit me in my face.
Well,
Yeah.
So all that
It's
aside,
gonna help
what sort of armor is on your character sheet? Like, what are you wearing?
I just have like fairly typical leather armor. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not,
but you're
like,
wearing
very
like a
well
jean
equipped.
jacket and stuff,
I'm
right?
wearing- yeah. So this is like essentially leather armor. Or
If
like,
you
it's tough
want,
enough to be
the
leather armor.
AC from your leather armor
Oh my
can
God.
just be your sunglasses, because in Daybreak City, aesthetic is important.
Yes.
There.
It doesn't have to be that way. Chew on it.
Okay. All right.
Aelin, what are you up to?
Aelin is at a bit of a loss because he feels somewhat responsible as the quote-unquote adult amongst a group of teens/early 20s folks, and two of them have just gone charging in. Rory is doing his best to sort his sister out. He doesn't know where the heck any threats are, if there are any, whether or not all of these... these I guess they're almost stoned, aren't they? All of these stoned-looking people. Whether they're gonna turn nasty the moment something goes wrong. So he's quietly panicking right now.
Sure.
And
Appropriate.
yeah. And for now, I think he's gonna stay put. And wait for either screaming, shouting, or explosions to come from the temple. Courtesy of Tanya and Mirish.
Yes.
And for now, because he's got eyes on the reason they're here, which is Rory's sister.
Okay. And then Roxy.
Well, Araxi is on the threshold of entering, so she
Right.
tracks Tanya and Mirish going in, but isn't immediately following unless Lexi's turn has come up, and then she'll enter with Lexi.
Okay. You're going to be able to walk up the stairs in line next to Lexi and see the inside of this temple at the same moment as Tanya and Mirish. It is illuminated entirely by pulsing blue glow. You see a sort of, it's almost a universal temple layout in that it's long. There is like a space for congregation and then an elevated space, right? Sort of at the far end from you. This elevated space in this case has stairs leading up to it. And there is sort of a platform that is maybe, you know, it's at waist height from if you're standing on the ground where you entered. And the thing that draws your attention, there are some pillars in here. I mentioned last time that the wall had crumbled in, so the left wall is missing and there's just a chasm that sort of goes away. But the thing that draws your attention is this strange object. And rather than try to totally describe it, I've got a picture here. And I need to resize it a little bit. Yes, I'm good at this. Embiggen, enhance. There. I don't know if you guys can see that or if I should make it even larger. So there is a pool of what looks like water. It has its own blue light emanating from it, and then there is some sort of device that looks like it would hold something. It's got these spines that come up from this circular, like almost almost like a circular half cone with these spines coming up, except instead of holding anything physically, there is a floating metal object, like a skinny U shape with these glowing lines on it. And there are people kneeling around the outside of this pool. One by one, you are watching as you come in. Someone is like taking their hands and drinking this water, and you watch them almost shudder and smile and fold themselves, and they'll sort of maybe then after a moment step back and make way for another person. And at the back of this, behind the pool, there's someone standing up wearing what look like priestly robes.
I think can Tanya roll an I guess a history check, or like this is like her own history, thinking about this pool of water around this to see if it's the same that she encountered with the tree?
It is the same.
Okay.
You don't need to roll anything. You see this image in your dreams.
Okay.
It looks like what you saw.
Then Tanya goes up to this priest person and tries to talk to them, I think.
Okay.
I go with, of course.
Okay, you guys still holding
hands?
Yeah.
Yes. Also, I have to say, I expected more. I expected more drama here. This is actually not that exciting, but all right.
Tanya kind of whispers to Marish under her breath, and she's like, I think there's a lot more going on here than we can see. Just, this is gonna be bad. And then she heads towards the
what?
priest.
Like what?
It's complicated. It's a long story. I'll tell you later.
All right. Okay.
Let me get perception rolls from everyone who is in this space. So, Araxi, Tanya, and Mirish.
Perception. Where did my perception?
Why roll good when can roll bad?
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Okay. You, even with a 9, one thing catches your eye. Tanya, you're sort of in the zone. There's a lot going on. You get a lot of feelings right now. Araxi, one thing you notice that there are like glass boxes stacked against like the wall that the door is on, so like it would be over your shoulder. Mirish, you see that too. Mirish, you also have the presence of mind to look past this priest and see that there are a series of complex-looking tubes and hoses and almost biological-looking network of connections heading from this central thing to the back of the room where there's a big black box.
All right. But I have no idea what it is, right? Okay.
Not really. It's a box. It's very unornamented and functional looking.
Okay. All right. Well, I nudge Tanya and I go like, look over there. Do you see that box?
Yeah.
What is that?
I've never seen this box
Welcome
before,
in,
right?
friends. You're new. We're so happy to have you.
I'm so happy to be here. Tanya
Thank
does her
you.
best to mimic.
Thank you. Hi. We don't know where to like go into the line. So do you maybe have like a map of the place? Is there a tour?
Oh, seekers, it doesn't
Do you
need to
have
be
a
that
pamphlet?
regimented for you.
All right. Yeah.
It's not that kind of place. Have you
all right.
been places with pamphlets where they try to sell you something?
I've been to a lot of cults with pamphlets.
Yeah, it's not like that.
You'd be surprised. They're very organized.
Yeah,
it's quite
cults
impressive.
Cults these days really got it together.
I'm going to assume that you're not trying to be offensive, but we only want people here who want to be here. You don't need to stand in line if it's your first time. Come on up.
All right.
I go up. Is he asking me to like go up near him, near this box, or?
He gestures. He's right behind this glowing thing, and the box is behind him a ways. And he is sort of giving you physical like gestures that sort of say like come here. Give me and this is your decision. Constitution, wisdom, or charisma saving throw.
Both of us?
Yes.
I'm gonna go with a charisma saving throw, but I do also want to roll something on this box.
I will go with charisma as well. Boop.
Okay. You both feel as you step closer to this thing a compulsion to not fight this priest and do what he's telling you to do, but you feel like you hold on to yourselves and are not overwhelmed by this compulsion, but you can sense it. What sort of Araxi, you're gonna have a lower DC because you're farther away and you're not being personally addressed, but give me one of those saving throws as well. You're fine. That was exactly what you needed.
My heart skipped. My heart skipped.
I should have let you simmer in that one a little bit, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Is Aelin far enough away to not need one?
Yes. Anybody who's not a divine spellcaster or in this room is not experiencing this right now.
Be clear, this is like there is something I feel wash over me. And I kind of shudder, and it passes, or is it a lingering feeling?
It's in between those two exact things. It's almost a growing frequency that pulses in intensity once and then continues unabated. But it's growing as you get closer.
But now I'm aware of it.
Yes.
Can I roll Arcana to see if I can pinpoint the spell that this priest is trying to put over us?
Yes. You don't know.
Okay.
I approach the priest and I tell him, like, kind priest, we mean absolutely no offense. We're looking for someone, and we can't seem to find them. Could you maybe point us in the direction? We really don't mean any harm.
Absolutely, I'd love to help. Tell me more. Also, you're standing across the pool from this person. They're keeping that sort of in between you, and there are people kneeling on your left and right if you approach the pool. So you're standing on one side, there are people left and right, and he's on the other, far side.
And you can't pass around the people?
I mean, you could walk over there.
I walk over there.
Okay.
With
as you start
Tanya
walking over there, they put their hand out. I don't know you. Please, if you would mind just keeping your distance. Until,
right,
I mean, you've just walked into our place here. I'm sure your intentions are nothing but the best.
I stop. I stop in my tracks. And yeah. Well, if you could tell me, I'm looking for my Gam, my grandmother. She's a really, really big orc. Like, her name is Boar. Have you perhaps seen her? She's kind of hard to miss.
Roll me, you know what? No, I'm gonna roll it for you. What's your insight modifier?
Let me check.
It doesn't matter.
2.
I rolled a 20 for you.
All right.
Because I haven't seen anyone like that, and he's lying through his teeth. We have a lot of people here, as you can see. What we have draws many seekers, and we're happy to share and invite them into our community, but our numbers have been thankfully growing, and I'm afraid to admit that I don't know everyone just yet.
I give him a huge smile and say, thank you so much for your time. I guess we'll just keep on looking. And I try to drag Tanya away back out of the door.
Oh, you should have some of this. Drink of the water. It's what brought you here.
No thanks. I just had a really, really, really big cup of water. I already kind of need to pee, so I better get going. All right. Thank you, though. Thank you for your time. And I try to really.
Before we go, Tanya asks, who or what are we trying to worship here?
Worship?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
This water.
Do you see any acts of
Where did you get this from?
service or worship happening here?
I see clerics and paladins around. I assume this is something divine.
Roxy, are you doing anything right now?
Yeah, actually, yes. So as we're kind of slowly approaching, looking at this, I wonder if the design of the object, let's call it, is something that Araxi might have encountered. And I say that because as a player, I look at this and I think, oh, that looks like a tuning fork. And Araxi, being an artificer, works with this kind of thing. And I wonder if there's any insight to be had there that she could glean from kind of studying this.
I think that it is, with your background, that connection seems it's something that you could make, and it seems like a very plausible possibility that this has some sort of functional, form follows function, and there's some sort of possible connection, because this definitely has a tuning fork-esque form.
Okay, and based on that, if there's any, looking around at these, the glass cases that I did notice, if there's anything I can figure out about why, or even
Are you sort
how.
of taking a closer look at those cases?
I think so. Lexi has been just sort of chilling in line, so I'm okay with kind of stepping away for a moment to look more closely at them. Yeah.
Yeah, they are aquariums. That's like, it was a glass box, and then on your second immediate investigation, they look like aquariums. They've got, or what's it called when you have, like something for like where it's like part water, part land.
Terrarium.
They're like glass environments, and there are these little tunnel prawn larvae in there. That's something that you would probably be the only person who ever has seen in this group. Maybe Mirish. They are kind of like lobster things that live in the tunnels.
This is something I'm familiar with just from life.
Yep.
Do I know anything about them? Like, are they edible? Are they dangerous?
They're edible. They can grow kind of big. You've never seen one that was bigger than like a dog, like a large dog. But people will eat them. They're not the best. They're food though.
Okay. And they're just in these cases that are lining the back wall.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does that answer a question that you asked me? I don't remember what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, but there doesn't seem to be any connection to the tuning fork.
Not that you can see.
Yeah. Okay.
Not from your vantage point.
Yeah. Cool.
How far away am I from Adoxy?
That's a good question. I'm gonna ballpark like only 30 feet. I mean, it's through a wall at this point. Okay. You might actually be able to see like their back. Like, I don't exactly know where they are in this room, but they've gone inside. You're outside, and it's going to be in the 30 to 50 foot inside. Ballpark range.
Okay.
Can I tell if this guy is... Wait, if because Tanya wouldn't know this, but I could infer it from Zara's role. But can I tell if this guy is a victim of this fork, or if this guy is like pulling the strings?
Give me an insight check. Okay. You are hungry, kinda.
Okay, good.
It's distracting.
I did not eat enough before I came here. Okay, I gotta push past that.
Is Tanya like coming with me, by the way, or are you kind of like trying to get out of my grasp? Because I was heading for the door.
I'm not trying to get out of your grasp. But you do feel my hand tighten, and you start to see my face turn red.
All right. Come on, Tanya, let's go. We'll be back. Come on, let's just go.
Can I don't know what this will be. A religion check, I guess? But I'm going to pray to the tree that I saw when I was a kid. And I'm gonna say, like, I don't know your name. And I don't really know who you are. But I know that you're at least partially good. Do you want this, or do you want me to stop this?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll, rather than a religion check, roll with your charisma and your proficiency. So any check you have that has those, or you can just add it manually.
My charisma saving throw has those, so.
Perfect. You reach out, and you've always been able to sort of tap into some sense of presence, because that's where you draw your power from, to some extent. And you feel that the connection is strong, but you, ever since you were saved when you fell to this tree, have never really been guided by it. And it doesn't give you any guidance now, or any answer to your question.
Okay. I go with Zara then.
Okay.
Irish.
Wisdom saving throws from both of you? Or, I'm sorry. Wisdom saving throw from just Zara.
All right. With them.
Can I give her the help action?
This is not going to be a chance to have an action at all.
Okay.
Because this is in
All right.
response to a spell being cast.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Oof.
I'm not doing.
You hear the priest say, "Halt!" And anyone who knows about magic, you can sense that this has the power of a spell behind it. You resist the command to halt. You have a little stutter in your step, and the priest is kind of wide-eyed, and he's like, "You haven't drank of the pool. What are you? You can't leave."
Tanya shapes water from the pool and, like a water bender, flows it directly into this guy's mouth, and in his entire face just shoots a bunch of water at him the moment he
Waterboarded.
whoosh, and like pushes him back.
Okay, does shape water? What can you do with that?
Okay, so
What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm trying to accomplish to make
thank you,
him
yes.
drink from his own pool to see if it will have this same mind-numbing effect on him.
Okay.
So it's like 5
That's so
feet.
creative.
Taste of their own medicine.
You direct it to flow right into their face. Oh, hey, roll 20's crashing. One moment.
Oh no.
Quick refresh.
I'll read it.
I'm going to give him a save for that,
Okay.
right? To try not
DC,
to like
DC
drink it.
save of 13.
Yeah,
Oh, does it say that there?
Yep.
at the bottom, yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's just my spell DC save.
Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. I'm gonna say he has to roll dexterity for this. Not exactly. strong suit.
Also, as a bonus action, I try to contact Edge, like, with my mind, to be like, we're gonna need you in here.
Ruh-roh.
Oh no.
So yeah, you see this water, it gets into his face, it knocks him back. He falls to one knee and like shudders. And then freaks out. Let's just get initiative rolls.
Oh man. We were doing so bad.
We may need them. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not a big deal.
How do I roll
no.
initiative?
So, do you want me to roll
Right.
initiative too?
Please.
I
Do I just
rolled
click
a
initiative
nat
on the
one.
character sheet?
Yes.
It may ask you to. That works. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is not
Oh,
much better.
okay. It calls me a games master when I go through Firefox. Okay.
Rolled a nat one.
Okay. Let's see. Right there. Right there is Rory. Right here is Mirish. Aelin. And just in case I need it.
I also think, too, as Tanya does this, she's like, don't do that! Like, she's just, ugh. She's
Yeah.
very friendship-oriented.
And I'm like, this was rude, okay? We were nothing but nice to you.
Yeah, you hear the priest as he's spluttering this water out. It says to the people who are kneeling by the pool, "Stop them! Stop them!" They look almost like they're trying to blink and wake up. And Rory, you sort of hear this message, and your reflexes are the first to react if you have anything that you want to do hearing from Tanya.
I mean, I'm outside of this whole building, yeah. So I'm still kind of waiting outside beside a line with Nievin.
Yes.
How has Nevin been this whole time? Like, has she been getting worse? Has she been kind of stable?
She has been, and I put you guys in the wrong places here. You're sort of here, and I think I'm going to move your tokens around this map a little bit, if that's all right. I think you guys
Tanya's
are at this point,
closer.
like, here and here, maybe? Having, like, maybe taken a few steps down the stairs.
Yeah.
Does that look reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
Terrific. And Nievin seems to be stoically, she's almost adopted like a mantra where she's saying something like, focus on how you feel, focus on what's happening, listen, but don't listen. Don't let it take you. Focus on what's happening, listen, but don't listen. Stay yourself. Stay yourself. Stay
Nevin.
yourself.
Nevin, I think I have to go in there. Please just stay here. Don't leave this corner. I'll be right back. I think they need me in there.
Aylin's
Okay.
probably nearby you, Rory, if you want to hand Nevin off to Aylin.
Yeah, Aylin, can you stand here? Can you watch Rory?
Of course.
Nevin, sorry, I'm a little panicked. Taco just, I just run inside.
You can definitely make it in the door with 5-10 feet
Okay.
of movement to spare from here.
Okay. All right. So I run in there, and I guess I see Tanya and Marinish up the stairs, and everybody.
I'm going to
everybody's
swap
far
out
from
one
me,
of
right?
these so you can tell who the priest is.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if the priest was like kind of further up towards them.
Yeah,
or-
and these
okay.
people should be more like this, I think.
Then I'm going. So I'm going to move, and then I guess he needs my action to move further. To like just really just run in there and try to catch up to everybody.
Yep. You may.
Oh right.
Do you have control of your token or not?
I do. Sorry.
Okay, great.
I don't know why I didn't think about that.
No worries. Haraxi, you see this interaction happen. How would you like to respond? You've seen this spell cast, this water bending situation. The priest reacts, and Rory runs in. What'd you like to do? You're on mute.
Yeah, I just noticed. Araxi will. Okay. Mirish, in your mind, you hear. Mirish, this is. Don't panic. This is Araxi. What's going on? And I'll use my action to establish a connection with Mirish so that we can communicate telepathically for the next hour.
All right, I respond back. The priest does not like water. Like seriously, does not like water. You better get over here.
Oh, okay. All right. And she's Araxi's going to. I mean, like I can't sneak. I've used my action, but Araxi is going to sort of walk kind of behind.
Yeah.
Here. Get a little bit closer and hang on, I want to see. And kind of chill right there.
Okay. It's a very 30 feet away. It's a good spot to be. Great. Yeah, and you're able to. I think you have some measure of concealment and cover there for sure. Mirish, after hearing this, and sorry, Araxi, was that your turn?
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mirish, it's your time to shine.
As this is unfolding, Mirish slips like a rope out of like her sleeve of the jacket that she's wearing and uses it to cast snare like right on the stairs.
Snare.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Can you put that in chat for us?
Should be able to click
It's
a
not.
little-
If not, I can look it up.
Maybe that's faster.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, if you've got the thing from the compendium, you should be able to click like a little speech bubble icon when you hover over the spell.
In the meantime,
But there's nothing in it.
It's got the spell saver
worries.
at least.
No worries. So you reach out with your rope and make a circle on a one of these two spaces here or here. Which would you like to choose?
I guess it makes sense to be like the one directly in front of me. To like, hopefully they don't notice.
Okay. I wish I had some sort of marker for that, but I'm going to remember for now. Writing myself a note. This is a magical trap once you finish casting. Oh, you know what? This takes a minute. The casting time for this is 1 minute. Which means it's going to take you 10 rounds.
Yeah.
10
That's a long
rounds.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You may. I wouldn't.
No, if it's 10 rounds, that's a little much. Well, okay, in that case, let me think.
Love the thought.
I mean, Rory is right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So, backing off is probably not the way to go right now. In that case, let's see. I guess I'll go and I'll grab my glaive. It's a big stick with swords on each end, and pretty ribbons for the aesthetic. And I'll go up to, I think, here, and attack number 1.
Roll attack.
Okay. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I?
I don't know.
Let's see. I can't find the button.
Would you like to use your Dread Ambusher feature?
Let's see.
I actually should have asked you if you wanted to do that because it could have improved your initiative a little bit, but it would not have made a difference in terms of who you went in front of in this case. But what you can do is, if you take an attack action on this turn, you can make one additional weapon attack, and if it hits, the target takes extra damage.
Yeah. I mean, I see no reason not to do that.
There is no reason not to do that to this person.
I mean, is it... Wait. Wait. I don't trust this.
Sorry, this hypnotized person.
But are they attacking or not? They're attacking,
not
right?
Not yet. They are standing up.
Okay. Well, then I'd like to push him off the ledge that they're on.
I love it.
Just down. I can't make it, but like just not in the cliff side, but just like on that little
To here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Out of the way.
Roll an attack because you're trying to
dang
push
it.
someone, and it's just well, you can just do a d20 plus your strength and proficiency, I think. And they're gonna try not to get pushed. They didn't roll great, so they're kind of strong though. Their DC is
plus what?
I have faith in you. Roll plus strength and oh, you know what? It's opposed athletics. Dinsdale, thank you so much. So roll an athletics check for me.
Okay. I do it nicely.
Yeah, with that amount of like
the glaive is
athletic
beautifully swinging.
dominance of them, how would you like this to look? Like, what are you? Paint me a picture of this. You're not.
So
yeah, they aren't really able to oppose you, although they try.
I still grab the glaive, but I kind of use it like as a stick that I'm like swinging around, and the ribbons are wafting in the wind, and I use it to hop over on top of the stairs and like do one beautiful swish and just knock with the perfect little bow. The person gets knocked off of the ledge.
So you just baseball swing them off of this platform,
But gracefully.
Okay. You're gonna take a little damage.
Ouch.
Okay. We're
They'll
gonna take
be fine.
maybe more than.
They'll be okay. Put a cool pack on it.
Aelin, what's up?
Hi. How is Nevin doing?
Nevin has not had any change. I mean, she's looking at you, worried about what's going on with Rory, but she still has sort of that composure that she seems to have gained.
Excellent. I'm staying here until I hear, like, actual shenanigans, because I'm pretty sure I haven't just heard Mirish thwack a guy off a ledge.
It would be really hard to hear, and it wouldn't be easy to know what it was. Okay.
Yeah, and equally not really concentrating on that right now. I'm more concerned with Nevin's welfare. So I am currently doing my best to be motivational and, giving Nevin the ego boost that she needs right now. Kind of like doing fantastic, Nevin. Keep it up. This is excellent. Rory's gonna be fine, and if they need me, I'll dive straight in. But right now, here with you, you're doing amazingly. Do I need to roll anything for that?
I think that you are giving her help on any saves that she needs to make.
Okay, cool.
And I'm gonna make a note on that.
Yeah. I'll be like lightly holding her if she lets me. If not, just like respectful distance.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So you're maybe just sort of trying to. There's that very subtle like social judgment of like what are they comfortable with, and am I providing comfort or not here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Can I roll insight to make sure I'm not creeping her out too much?
Yes.
Cool.
Roll for awkward.
My insight isn't trained. Let's see. Normal roll.
Don't think so. You've never met. No, you have met Nevin before.
I've most likely seen her at the school.
Yeah.
I suspect.
You are. I mean, she's not a child. She's 17, I think. But there's a little bit of that, like, you're my guide on a field trip type. Like, I don't know you, but I'm putting myself in your trust here. Tell me what to do.
Yes.
And she does not seem. She's like understands what you're doing and why you're doing it. That's
okay.
The vibe that you get.
Fantastic.
This priest stands up and shakes. They've got this short, like buzz cut, like very very cropped brown hair, and there's a guy in maybe 30 years old, a human with these robes on. He stands up and sort of, shakes water off of his hands and is like, "This is what they said," and pulls out a mallet and hits this object. And everybody, your choice: Constitution, Wisdom, Charisma, saving throw.
Is this me as well?
Yes.
Ooh. Constitution, Wisdom, or what's the other one? Charisma.
Charisma.
Yes.
Wisdom.
Oh no.
It's the
My
sunglasses, Kyle.
luck. Where did it go?
Okay.
Yeah, they don't. Emotional damage.
Wow.
Emotional protection, not constitution protection, not physical protection.
Just making some notes. So Araxi and Rory both sort of take the approach of like steeling themselves physically and gritting their teeth. But as this priest strikes this tuning fork, there is an overwhelming ringing. And you feel like pins and needles mixed with, like, if you've ever been in a car where somebody turns the bass way too much up and it's just rattling you all through your bodies. There are no mechanical effects yet, but you have failed one saving throw. Zara, similarly, you feel it and you try to just like power through with your force of will and personality, but you have also failed. And this ringing, instead of just being like a gong, pulses and almost seems to like build in frequency and like interact with itself to get louder several times. And one of the things that happens, people are covering their ears, shouting, and you want to ask that question to everybody because it's an interesting question, Dinsdale.
I don't suppose having recognized what it is would afford Araxi any kind of insight or preparation to resist this.
I like that. I think we'll go with advantage and roll again.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, the fates have determined that that's not to be. So people are cringing, covering their ears, or almost looking. It's a mix. Some of them are looking disturbed by this. Some of them look enraptured, and almost just like arms fall slack to their sides and start to move. From outside of this temple, Aelin, you can see everyone in this cavern look suddenly towards this, loud noise. And glass, these tank things that you had noticed at Roxy, it shatters. And these little creatures start to sort of scuttle around when they realize, and they look disturbed, and they're sort of squirming around and trying to flee on their own. You hear the sound of shattering glass where these tanks are, and also seemingly coming from this direction.
Roxy is telepathically linked to me, by the way. Does that have any effect?
That's communication, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can speak to one another. So this priest does that, and then let's see if they have anything else that they would be able to do. They cast a spell. You see them fold their hands, gripping this mallet, and there is a white sort of brief pulse of light that sort of shrouds over their shoulders and then sweeps down them. And it is Tanya's turn.
Okay. Tell me if this is too much shenanigans. But Tanya's
Almost certainly.
Tanya's gonna move up here.
Okay.
And Tanya is going to cast Firebolt on the tuning fork, but then she's going to spend her last sorcery point to cast Frostbite on the tuning fork, hoping to break it. So she's trying to heat the metal really quickly and then trying to cool it as quickly. So one right after the other.
Am I gonna die?
Firebolt. Do those two spells do damage?
Yes. This is where is it? This is what Firebolt does. This is what Frostbite does. So Frostbite does 1d6 of cold damage, and Firebolt does 1d10 of fire damage.
I don't see. Is Frostbite? Does it say? It doesn't say whether it's an action. It doesn't.
Because a numbing frost, the target must make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm just wondering what sort of action it requires from
Quicken
you.
spell casting.
Huh?
Quicken spell casting probably
Yes.
to cast it as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm using my last sorcery point to cast 2 cantrips in 1 turn.
That's very smart. Okay, so you are going to make a ranged spell attack. It's not going to save on its Constitution saving throw.
Right.
So make your ranged spell attack first.
Okay. It's a d20 plus 5. So I'm heating it up. 10.
Awesome.
And then I am cooling it down. Which is a dirty 20.
Oh, you didn't need to roll to hit the
The frostbite, right.
The frostbite, right? So
Okay.
go ahead and roll damage for both of these.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say, because of what you did with the heat and the cold, it's going to be vulnerable to the cold damage. So you can double whatever the result of that is.
Okay, so that's 1d10 for the frostbite, for the firebolt, and then the cold damage is a d6, so I'm rolling 2 of those.
Yeah, I guess. Well, is it when it's vulnerable? Doesn't you just roll 1 and it doubles it? Yeah. So
Well, then
it's
that's a 2.
not great. Sorry about that. It was very clever, and I wish that the dice had decided to reward you by not rolling a 1 on the damage, but
Yep.
c'est la vie.
Yep.
This attack does introduce a note of discord into the ringing noise. It makes it louder for a moment, and everyone almost nails on a chalkboard cringes a little bit. This group of people now are going to decide if they're going to follow this priest or not. You watch this person just sort of back away, looking just overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. But and this person is just uninterested in combat at this point. They are holding like an ankle that's pointing the wrong direction. These two people are going to reach out and, per the instructions of the priest, try to stop you from leaving. So, Tanya, give me an athletics check.
I don't think that's good for me. Oh, got +0. Oh.
Ooh, okay. So together, they reach out and try to drag you to the ground onto your knees. And you are able to fight them off. They're clutching at you, and they're a little bit sluggish still. But you knock their hands away. And they're looking just very confused. I'm gonna put a token down for your cousin Lexi as well. Roxy, they are here with you. And And I didn't tell you that before, and so I guess I know it's not your turn, but I'm gonna give you the chance to go back. Like, would you have done anything? Do you want to say anything to them?
I don't think there was really opportunity. I stepped away to look at the tanks.
Okay.
And then all this went down.
Okay. They are. They don't seem to be moving to cooperate with this priest, and are looking to you now. You all hear and feel in your feet a pair of thumping noises. And it's Rory's turn.
Okay. Can I tell where that thumping is coming from? Or is it just
the ground?
Just the ground. Okay. All right. Well, so the priest is up there behind the tuning fork thing and the pool of water. Are they still holding that mallet?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to Misty step behind them.
Paint me a picture. I love Misty Step.
Yeah, so I like envelop myself in mist and materialize behind them on these stairs. Like already drawing my sword.
Yeah.
And I just bring it right down on them.
Sweet. I would love a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, okay.
You cannot attack this person. You must choose a new target or lose the attack that you used.
Interesting. Okay.
So as you swinging your sword, as soon as you decide, like, I'm swinging this person, you're like, I shouldn't. That would be a bad idea. This person is right, and I shouldn't do this.
Oh no. And so I'm in the process of bringing it, so I can't like stop my attack, or I can, or like I can't choose to do something else at this point, can I?
Yeah, it's the attack. You can choose another target or lose it.
I guess I'm going to lose it. I do not want to hit the tuning fork.
Okay.
I did not like that sound before. So I'm just gonna like bring the sword down, I guess, right beside him.
Okay, yeah.
And hit the ground. And look kind of like shocked and bewildered and confused. Like why didn't I?
As soon as that moment passes, you don't feel any like lingering idea that this person is right. You're like, oh, it's a spell. He mentally made me not attack him. Araxi, your turn.
Araxi looks around at the shattered glass and sees Lexi looking a little panicked, and will, without the ability to respond to her, she'll mentally project to her, Lexi, just run out and just run home. And then, having seen what Tanya did, she's going to send out magic missile at the tuning fork, but wants to like mistime it so that it like, so here's the tuning fork, and she wants to try to like hit like 1, 2, 3 like different spots with slightly offset timing, so it's not, all together.
I'm interested.
To make it as discordant as possible.
I see. Okay.
Kind of mess with the resonance.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, yeah.
Do you want like an arcana
roll damage
check or just roll the damage?
Yeah, just roll the damage.
Separately for each one?
Please. It's
Okay.
D4 plus 1 for each, I think.
So it's going to be 5,
Nice.
2, and 5.
Ooh!
Wow.
Nicely done. Okay. So, the way I'm going to rule this is I'm going to basically like reduce each of them by 1. So it's going to do 8 damage, but it's going to, this is when this next thing is happening right now, reduce the difficulty check of the ongoing sound that's filling you, because you do manage to basically like counter frequency it and make it less overwhelming for everyone. So roll me a D. Should it be a D4 or a D6? It should be a D6 because it's cool. Yeah, roll me a D6 and we'll reduce the DC by that much.
Oh boy. Well, better than a 0.
And it's, hey, you know what?
Wow, roll 20.
No, roll 20.
And yeah, right now is when this thing pulses again. Sorry,
I
just have
do
more to
want to head closer.
Okay.
This, you said this is waist high?
Yeah.
I want to clamber, try to like, I mean, I can't do it stealthily, but I try to clamber up behind everyone. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah, it'll be double movement to make that little climb
and then
up.
35.
Are you speedy?
My armor mode is, yeah.
Cool.
This was my run with Rory armor. And that's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, I will have Constitution, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throws.
I hate rolling D20s because
You want to hear something? You want to hear something awesome?
Always.
Rory would have failed if it were not for that 1 DC. It's 11 naturally. And so Roxy saves. Tanya and Aelin fail, but you hadn't failed before.
No.
So same thing. Sort of wave passes over you, and you feel overwhelmed by it, but no negative effects right now. And Mirish, it is your turn.
Oh, does it mirrors?
Alright.
Oh, this is mirrors. Okay, never mind.
This tuning fork it's floating above that pedestal, right?
Yes. Yeah, I drew it differently than the final design. So if you want to call me out on that, that's fair, because it looks like it's attached. And
I mean, it's much more identifiable, like in miniature like this. So I think it's all good.
Cool.
I have like a large amount of ropes on me for performance reasons. Can I try, and I'm very proficient with them for that reason too, can I like try to like basically lasso this thing and try to just yank it off its place?
That's
I'm
cool.
experimenting.
I think you need to like tie the fastest knot ever, because they aren't like in loops already, are they?
No, but like
assume
I
you
could
just keep
loop
them
it
coiled.
if I hold both ends, it still.
Oh, you're
points
just
like
trying
a
to
loop.
like.
Yeah,
I
if
mean, it's
like
close enough to reach out and do that if you want.
Yeah. I would at least try.
Okay.
I mean, with your athletics, you'd probably be able to yank the entire thing out of the group.
It's
I'm not weak either.
It's floating, right? Which is weird, very very strange. Okay, yeah. You know what? You do that. Roll me a d6.
Okay.
Sorry, I scrolled away as you roll a 3. Okay. That's, I mean, you reach out and do this, and it is like held in place by a magic that no amount of strength could overcome. but you bend it anyway. And it's not by much. It's like a matter of centimeters, but like, you know, with metal that like as it bends a little bit, it means it has weakened a lot, and the tone changes, and it becomes more discordant and strange. And you have done what you have done.
And this was good.
Do you feel like it was good?
Maybe.
Good.
I'm happy with it. We'll see where it goes.
Was that good? Do you feel like it was good? Maybe? Good.
Aelin, it's your turn.
Grand. How
Unless you want to move or anything. Zara, sorry.
Yeah,
I should have asked.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and probably I'm trying to move backwards as I'm pulling, but I don't know if I actually move.
Okay, yeah,
So-
you won't move just from pulling it, but if you want to
Yeah.
also like let go and move away, you may.
I'm not done.
Okay, sweet. All right, Aelin, what's up?
How is Rory's sister that I forgot the name of because streamer brain?
Oh, right. I needed to make a save for her and roll with advantage, and because I rolled with advantage, I rolled a natural 20. She looks at you and says, just focus. You're here. You're you. And she'll give you advantage the next time you have to make that check.
Can I fist bump? Is she amenable to the sort of fist bumpy sort of shenanigans?
Mm-hmm.
As a all right, absolutely.
Yeah. And you know what she's gonna do too? She's gonna cast a spell, and she's gonna conjure a good berry.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds good.
By definition. I'm just gonna read it because I like good berry. It's a fun spell that more people should use. Actually, it's a few of them. She summons 10, and you can use an action to eat one, which restores a hit point and sustains you for a day.
Oh,
She just
nice.
does that, and she's like, pops them out, and she's like, I don't know why I did this. I guess I thought they'd help.
cool. Do I
hands.
do I recognize them as good berries?
Have you worked with druids in the past?
Oh, I think I'd probably need to roll Arcana for that one. Because I've been well read, and I'd imagine it's mostly on history rather than outright like magic and stuff.
Yes.
Okay,
I think you're right. You're like, the good berry spell. Yes, the good berry spell. And you know that they, if deployed in the right situations, can be tactically useful. Like just giving somebody the little bit they need to keep fighting can help. But more than that, you think there might be like a humanitarian need for these in the near future.
Got you.
Thump, thump. You guys feel in the ground again.
Outstanding.
And then,
okay.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not finished yet.
Sure.
Yeah. Firstly, I was
Regardless,
just gonna dump this into chat for stream to
Thank you.
check out, because I can't figure out how to like get it printed out all nice, so I just copy pasted it. If Nevin is willing, I'm going to move both of us closer so that I can get within crossbow range. And I'm going to say, I need to get closer so I can shoot things if I need to. Are you cool with that?
Let's do it. I understand.
Okay, so my movement is standard 30.
You can absolutely get right to the entrance and have her like off to the side here if you would like, so you can peek in.
Yes, that would be perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
and I'll have to copy you over, which is fine. I figured out how to do this in the intervening times between sessions.
Oh, that's useful. You'll have to tell me how to do that.
There you are.
Outstanding.
I will. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you should be
After-
there with control of your token, hopefully.
Let me double check that real quick. Yes.
Nice.
Well,
So
I
yeah,
mean,
you can place yourself where you
as
like.
a games master anyway, but yeah, I'm
Sure.
gonna be.
And you can be a little farther back if you want as well. Maybe.
No, I
That
want
might be
the hard cover.
Okay.
And particularly with Nievin as well, those rocks are gonna act. The archway is gonna act as a good barrier to stop nasties coming and injuring either of us. I'm just checking out what my cunning action lets do. Okay, cool. So I can hide as a bonus action. Nice. So I've also very deliberately not actually paid much attention to what's gone on so far. Out of character, particularly also because I was doing some more technical shenanigans. So, as Aelin the character, I'm coming in, with the crossbow, and I'm just sort of peeking around the corner, looking for a thing that I need to either shoot directly or use the thing as a distraction, kind of like Skyrim, fire an arrow off in the distance somewhere to get all of the enemies to go that direction.
Must have been the wind.
Exactly. So, oh man, this tactical vest is really uncomfortable in this chair. Could I have a description, please, of the state of the tuning fork, whether or not I can see any of that pipe work, the state of the box behind it, and
Perception.
Yeah, sure. Perception is my best skill, but now that I've said that, watch me roll a natural. Oof.
Or a 24. Wow.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Let me tell you all about this, okay? Are you doing anything else with your turn, or is this going to need to determine what you do?
This is determining what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to attack anything yet, or if I'm going to cast a spell, or whatever. I'm also still disguised from the last time as well. Because I noted that I'd got that down, and I completely forgot, so it's a good thing I noted. So I'm currently appearing as one of the random cultists.
Okay. You will see this whole. No, it's fine.
Had a music problem just there.
No worries. With that perception roll, you can tell that the fact that Mirish was able to bend this, probably it had something to do with like the heating and contracting. And everything else that's been done to it, as well as the magic missiles, and it is visibly slightly bent, and you can even see like hairline, which is amazing, but it's just because of your elven perception, like cracks in the most curved part on the side that's bent.
Yeah.
You see these this strange, technological looking, like techno-biological connection that Rory is actually standing on top of.
Yeah.
And it goes back to this box. It's a very unremarkable black, like, I think it's made out of iron. And it's 10 feet by 8 feet, and maybe 6 feet tall, and it's got a lid on it.
Yep. Okay, so my next question, again, this is a knowledge history based thing. Do I recognize any of this technology? from any of the particular eras. Now, if I remember rightly, last time we sussed this out as being, I want to say, was it Caesarin?
The temple does seem to be that it's old in that sense. This technology that is this tuning forking thing, is called a Diapason. And it is probably the only not broken one that modern scholarship has ever laid eyes on, and that looks like it's about to change.
Yes. And this was the device that warlord was accused of using to control their big armies.
Yes.
And as much
seeing
as
it in use almost gives the lie to that entire claim, because like, this doesn't command and control people. You are feeling what it does, and like, you couldn't use this for maneuvers.
But it is for sure having an effect, a negative effect on me, having a negative effect on the people that I am here to help and to protect. And it seems like it's also having a really bad negative effect on the rest of these stone folks, who I want to avoid injuring if at all possible. Now, this priestly dude, how aggressive does he look right now?
He looks mad, and he looks like he's like sparring to some extent with Rory.
Okay.
Or at least they're like squared up in that way.
Yeah.
Rory's got his sword drawn.
My three ideas I've got here. So, I have a...
I'm going to ask you to go kind of quick because it's your turn. So,
yes.
This is all happening in 6 seconds.
I'm going to cast Bonfire.
The special on where are we aiming this bonfire? Is it an underwater bonfire?
No, I'm gonna cast this bonfire on the priest.
Excellent. I would love a wisdom saving throw from you.
Okay, so there's create bonfire for chat.
Wait, you know what? You're not targeting the priest. You're targeting the ground. No wisdom saving throw required.
Awesome.
So instead, this priest will roll. Do you know what your spell save DC is?
The spell save DC on this is intelligence.
0.
It should be 8 plus your proficiency modifier plus your spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, so 10 plus your intelligence.
Okay, 10 plus my intelligence.
And this is a dexterity saving throw, for which he rolled an 11.
So 12, apparently.
All right. So an 11 will not save them. Is this a concentration spell?
Yes, up to 1 minute.
Sorry, I meant the spell that the priest cast on themselves.
Okay, yeah.
Which it does not happen to be. So roll a d8.
Okay. I was actually reaching for my dice just then because I'm so used to rolling for Empire. But yeah, let's roll. It's 1d8, isn't it?
Yes. Nice roll.
6.
Yeah, so you guys see a flame erupts on the ground beneath this priest, and it starts going up their robes and legs. Oh. Anything else?
I'm gonna hide.
Excellent. So you will hide. Roll stealth.
I'm not actually trained in stealth.
Okay, you hide.
Cool.
Again, you hear thumping, but in this case, it comes rapidly. 4, 5, 6, and a glow, neon pink, appears. here. And then rapidly peering from this abyss is the largest tunnel prawn you've ever seen or heard of. It is a 12 to 16 foot tall crustacean. These claws covered in ridges, this strange insect-like face, and these antennae that glow like a neon sign with this pink pulsing light. Oh, are you giving it an aura? That's awesome.
Yeah. It's on the map layer.
Its exoskeleton is white and it almost looks wet. And it moves with horrifying speed and just bursts into this space, crawls up and so that it's on the same level as everyone else, and screeches.
Rude.
Wonder how much speed it has. It is
Oh, that's a bit big.
probably fast enough to get. Does it have reach? Oh, it does. So it's going to move right here. And I'm just going to, see who it attacks. I'm going to roll for it. It looks frenzied. Okay. So 10. Okay. So Mirish, you hear this noise and you see this thing clamber up beside you. It raises itself up like the top of its head 4 feet above you and brings its claws up until they nearly touch the ceiling and slices down at you. 1, 2. How do you get out of the way?
I do like several backflips. Just like backflipping away. Like
Awesome.
Dark Souls style, but like with backflips.
Tremendous. The back roll, classic, and you're just out of this thing's reach. And it shrieks again. And we're going to take a break. Right there.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. We're going to try to make it a little quick and rejoin you as soon as we can. But yeah, 5 minutes, stretch, look at something far away, hydrate, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. Also, if you've got medication to take, don't forget to take it.
100%. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Quick recap. We're in combat. A gigantic crustacean with glowing neon pink antenna has arisen from the abyss into this temple where the party is immersed in combat. I made a prawn noise. If you can do better, I'd love to hear it. You're in prawn school. I'm a prawn star.
I'm in prawn school.
Oh no.
Prawn? Prawn sounds too much like something else.
Check out my only prawns.
Water.
I tried eating prawn once. It was disgusting.
No. I'm a dad.
With that said, our party is still healthy for the most part, but really so are their enemies mostly. We've been maneuvering and setting things up. It is now this priest's turn. They are going to take a step in this direction, and then again to move out of the base of these of this bonfire. You know what? Actually, I think that I'm going to rethink that from a tactical perspective. Oh, sorry. Bonfire's still there. They're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4 here. You can have an attack of opportunity if you would like to use your reaction.
I
to
would
do that.
love. To
Make a
have
wisdom saving
an
throw.
opportunity. Oh yes. Oh, I can't even. Okay, that's.
No. It just doesn't seem like a good idea. You do use your reaction to swing at them,
Okay, so
but
I'm
then
just
you
like,
don't.
But I don't. I'm so confused. I'm like fighting myself right now.
Yeah. They
Bonfire
do
dice.
notice what you're trying to do, though. And so I'm going to have you make a dexterity saving throw. Really good. You are able to dodge out of the way as this cold white flame suddenly pours down on you from above as they say something and make a motion with their hand and point at you. You dodge that. It does no damage. And it's Tanya's turn.
Okay. Tanya is going to put the spell Ray of Frost. No, fire. Yeah, Ray of Frost in her cat Binks. And I don't know if you have a token for this. I'm sorry if you don't, but I'm gonna have Binks move there.
This is Binks.
It's a little baby.
Wait. It's a cat. Hold on.
It is a cat. It's 9, because it's
Oh,
9 lives.
9 lives.
'Cause you got it 9 lives. 'Cause you got, yeah, okay. And then I am going to take all of my movement, and I'll take attacks of opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll move right here.
Okay.
But I should get attack of opportunity from this guy and this guy. And mage armor is still active, and I have an AC of 15.
Okay. Yeah, they're unarmed, these people, but they are going to reach out and sort of try to pummel you with their fists. Oh my goodness, I rolled a 19 and a natural 20.
Rip.
It sounds fair.
So you are going to take... Oh my god, can I roll on a flat surface? A total of 8 bludgeoning damage from both of them as they both hit you. And also, this tunnel prawn is going to use a pincer attack with his claw because he has reach. But
Wait
they
a second.
rolled a 4.
Oh, I forgot to do a thing I wanted to do. Before I moved, could I have taken a swig of this water?
Sure.
I drink the water.
Okay, so you're just doing this, like you're moving, these people are hitting you, but you managed to scoop it up?
Just scoop it, like that's maybe why I get hit. I just run, I scoop it up, I drink it, and then I'm running over to this priest guy.
Okay. As you're running over to this priest, you feel a wave of euphoria.
No.
Where the ringing sound of the Diapason seems to sort of soothe and remove and cause you to forget, if you let it, your negative feelings. On the other side, this is the best thing in the world. This is what life is about. Is stuff like this, and it's about good experiences shared with people who you care about, and other people could drink this and you could share it together, and it's wonderful.
Oh, okay. So this is weird. So I'll do that. I have some questions about some stuff, but I'll do that. I'll do that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
You out of your mirth and joy, lose your action.
It's cool because I already took my action.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Because you had your cat.
Yep,
do
I put
something.
a spell in Binks.
I'm glad that you did that before you drank water.
Me too.
You outsmarted me! I was all cool, like, you don't have an action. And you're like, I already did.
I already did it. This is the end of my turn. Ah.
Okay.
Get wrecked.
The ringing, discordant noises of the Diapason continue. These people look around for people to lash out at, and they're going to take an attack, one at Rory that you basically just block, and then one at Araxi. What is their modifier? 17 probably hits your AC. Yeah. You are going to take 6 bludgeoning damage. They managed to get past your armor and strike you somewhere that is not protected. And you're going to take 6. And then it's going to be Rory's turn.
Okay, so where did the priest go? They went up the stairs and are standing beside a box?
Yeah, they're sort of trying to find some measure of cover, but you can see them.
Right. Yeah, very clearly I can see them. I watched.
They'd have half cover against a ranged attack from you from where you're standing.
Okay. And now this person is attacking me. Okay. When Mirish bent the tuning fork, because I watched that happen. So like they wrapped like a rope around it and they tried to move it and it just bent.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise stayed there, right? So it's being held in place.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna rush the prawn because I seem to not be able to like will myself to hit this priest. And this prawn just made an awful noise that I really didn't like, so I'm gonna go.
I could do it again if you want.
No, that's quite all right. So let's I guess I'll how do I get around here? Can I like jump over the bonfire?
There's rules for a long jump. I'm pretty sure you can jump 10 feet if you want to.
Okay. I'm just gonna go. I'm probably gonna get an attack of opportunity from number 5 over here.
Yes.
But I'm gonna rush or not rush, just run over here. I guess over here. Actually.
Their attack of opportunity does 2 damage to you. They do hit.
Okay.
I'm rolling poorly.
And I'm going to attack this prawn and hope that I can maintain the willpower to do so as I bring my sword down on them.
You do not need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, good. All right, so
16.
And then the bottom is my damage.
Okay.
Yeah. But I also have Psionic Strike, which allows me to, when I hit a target, to like run energy through my weapon to allow like basically increase the damage.
Okay.
Which is essentially I deal force damage to the target. I just roll the same number I rolled plus my intelligence. So actually I think that's exactly the same damage. So an extra 10 damage.
Wait, what's your psionic energy die? I think you have a die for that, right? It tells you which die it is in your class.
So for this one I don't roll a die. I just expend it. So I have 3 die available. So
no, it says you expend it, rolling it, and dealing force damage equal to the number rolled.
Oh,
yep.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will roll a 1d6.
Plus your intelligence.
Ooh. Plus my intelligence, which is 2. So 7 extra damage.
So 17 damage. What's this look like when you do it? So this thing has an exoskeleton, which you will pierce with your attack. So just describe it for us.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's good because it's like a shelled creature, right? So
Yes.
I probably would exactly
Segmented,
like strike
6
it rather
legs,
than-
2 claws, and 2 glowing pink antenna.
Yeah, so I mean, I jump over the bonfire. I get a punch from number 5 along the way, but I kind of shrug it off, and I'm holding my sword still, and I just try to ram it right into its face. Guess getting past all its weird tentacle blowy
Oh
bits.
yeah, you scratch
Yeah.
its face.
Yeah. And as I do so, I think my sword. I imagine there's like a visual element to this, where like it glows and maybe vibrates with power. Maybe that vibration is what's actually causing it to do more damage.
So you stick your sword in there, and then it like there's like a spurt of blood, and then it pulses, and there's more.
Yeah, exactly.
That's rad. That's super rad. Okay. Yes. 17 damage. Anything else? Can I help you with more? You're all set.
I'm going to call back, like mockingly mimic the sound it made, like a ah.
Is that just okay? I'm sure your hubris won't backfire. Araxi, what would you like to do?
Actually, so the priest ran up the stairs and past this box, and is there any, like, I mean, at this point, I know from the back I wasn't seeing it. Do I just kind of just see these cords, this network that are going up the stairs from the pool to this box?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And is there any sort of like how is it connected here? Does it just like snake into the water, or is there something it connects to?
It looks like there is some sort of it's actually all the way to the like holding thing. Let me pull it back out if I can. Here it is. Slightly distorted, but like this thing has a bunch of complex looking connectors on the back half of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there are also ones in the water. And so like from this device and from the water, they snake back towards this box. You can see that there are hinges on a lid here from where you are now that you're taking a closer look.
Oh boy. So here's what I'd like to do. I would like to step back, likely provoking.
Mm-hmm. I think they're gonna hit. They rolled a natural 15.
Oh yeah.
And they're gonna do 4 damage.
And from back there, so Mirish, you hear, Mirish, get down the stairs and deal with if you can take care of the prawn. In the hopes that she won't step forward. And I'm going to use like a node sort of lights up on the armor and fires a bolt of electricity at the water.
Okay. Sweet. So your strange arcane armor glows. Lightning launcher.
And I mean, I don't know how much it matters with the idea, it's just it's lightning damage, but it's 8 lightning damage.
Into the water, targeting everything that's in there.
Yeah.
Everything that's connected, the thing that holds this Diapason aloft. Tanya, is your cat in the water?
No, he should be. He's like on the thing, like on the edge of it. He's purposely. I thought in my mind, this is not me trying to pull some shenanigans. I believe you. That he was up on the edge because cat no like water, but cat gotta be there.
Okay. 8 damage. Yeah. So lightning sparks around and up into the metal of the Diapason, as well as sort of running, a foot down these tubes and wires and hoses. You see whatever the device is spark several times, and even like a little flame for a second flickers up and then shorts out. And then almost slowly, the Diapason itself moves towards Mirish, and the crown-like base fractures. 2 of the tines break off, and the entire thing falls towards you, Mirish. It's gonna hit you.
Yay!
What are you gonna do?
Oh no!
You can use your reaction to do something.
It's 100% gonna hit me.
If you don't do
that,
anything.
Okay, no. In that case, if it's falling towards me, I would like to dash out of the way to one part over. Is that enough?
You absolutely can do that, and it clangs onto the ground. I'm gonna have you all make one final save. Constitution, Wisdom, or Charisma. Is that everyone? Yours is the 15, I think. No, it's not. That's. It's
not. For some reason, it's not
Araxi.
popping up for me.
Okay. No worries. I wonder if it'll let me roll one from your sheet.
Should do.
Are you using Charisma, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay. Good thing I rolled well for you. One final discordant pulse of this frequency in your minds and in your ears and through your bodies pulses through you. And then there's still a ringing, but it's that ringing of the absence of noise as it falls silent and just clatters to the ground. The one side, as it hits the ground, cracks fully and separates so that one of the long, tines of the Diapason is disconnected and it's just laying on the ground inert. Slowly those white blue lines are fading now. And that was a good turn. Roxy, do you have more?
Does it look like these people are distracted at this point in any way? Won't make
They
much
seem
difference,
to notice this thing happening. They turn around and look at the at the Diapason.
I'd like to try to I'd like to try to capitalize on this, whether it makes a difference or not. To how high is this?
It is like chest height.
Okay, to turn and clamber, dip past this person and clamber up.
Okay. Just a not super high DC acrobatics or athletics check, because you are climbing something. You're just gonna have to put your feet on it and clamber up.
I'm going to use actually. Where is it? Another charge of my armor to make an athletics check with my intelligence modifier.
Nice. This is like when you ran real smart.
Yeah, I ran real smart. I climb real smart. I climb real smart.
Yes, kiss. yeah, you move up there. With that check, it doesn't even take more than 5 feet of your movement. You like dash up and just kick off in the right place, and the way you've built your armor assists you. So yeah, you've only used 10 feet of movement.
So 5, 10,
5, 10,
20,
15.
25, and if it's possible to manipulate object as a bonus action, I want to flip the lid on this to take a look at whatever's inside.
It'll be a
Whatever
bonus action,
electronics-
but it is heavy. So
okay.
Give me a strength check.
Oh gosh.
When you get this close, Tanya, you didn't notice this, but this sort of glow has faded from the priest. The thing that was sort of shielding them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use one more charge. So that's 3 charges used.
So you are able to start trying to move this thing, but it's a big metal slab lid.
Yep.
And it's that awkward thing too. Like, you have any dumpsters with those big giant lids that are just on a hinge?
I grabbed it too close to the hinge instead of further out. Yeah.
Oh no.
Mirish.
All right. First of all, I'll yell, "Rory, no, stop!" And I'm not sure. Am I still allowed to use animal friendship on a creature that's already been harmed by the party?
Animal friendship works on beasts. Am I correct?
Mm.
This warped monster of the crease is not a beast.
And well, I'm a ranger, and
True.
we are in my favorite enemy is beast, but I guess this isn't a beast. But this is my favorite terrain. Can I
True.
do I immediately pick something up about looking at this creature? Like, do I know what this is? Why this isn't the beast, or what happened?
Okay. It's not your favorite enemy, but you are in your favorite terrain. I will say that because of that, you know that it is an abomination. It's the actual class
All
of
right.
creature that it is.
In that case, Rory, go ahead. Well, I guess I'll change my mind, and I move closer, and I guess I'm just gonna wail on him.
Wail away.
Just glaive in hand, spinning again. Let's
Are we
see.
talking whale as in cetacean or whale as in...
It's a good question.
Ooh.
How do I use the glaive? Which one do I roll?
You can, I think, just click the glaive.
Oh, there. Yeah, found it. Hold
Oh.
on.
So, this big whirring pole arm, you spin it expertly in your hands and go for its, clawed arm, and it's sturdier than you thought, and you barely gouge its exoskeleton.
All right. No crab for dinner.
Anything else?
Let me quickly check something. No. Okay, I'll leave it at this.
Okay. Aelin.
Hello there. Okay, so, things sure have happened. I think I'm gonna have to bonfire again, I'm afraid.
It's, signature spell. Love to see it.
Right. It's a cantrip, it's not even a spell. I could, if I wanted to be a real Chaos Gremlin, throw sleep in the middle of this, but half my party are going to get hit by it, and I don't want to do that. That would be really bad. So, for sure, I am going to move the bonfire, which is a thing. Cloud.
Okay.
Bonfire cantrip. Out for you guys again. There it is. I'm gonna stick it underneath the colossal prawn.
Terrific.
Let me resize that.
Oh, Lexi did follow Araxi's instructions and ran is just right out of the temple.
There we go. I will peek out, sort of swish my arm to get the bonfire moved, and it's a dex saving throw.
Okay. They rolled a total of 10, which I'm sure fails. So roll your d8.
DC is 12 for me, allegedly.
Sounds right.
Right then. It's in the correct window. 1d8.
Oh,
Damage.
no.
But they will need to take the same saving throw if that bonfire.
Yeah, and I mean they are bothered by it. You can see them screech and react and turn a little bit redder.
Yeah, then I'm gonna hide again. And I'm gonna check to see how Laura's sister is doing. That I forgot the name.
Nievin.
I'm great with names.
She did look a little bit rattled when that final pulse of the Diapason happened, but now, she's just looking at you and sort of looking to you for instructions. She's got her back pressed up against the wall now here, and is just sort of scanning.
So I need to stealth roll.
And
not the best. And I will instruct Nievin to stay hidden for now. Back against the wall. If there's any damage coming this way, it should be for sure me dealing with it rather than her. She is the reason why we're here after all.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And I think that's everything.
So this enraged and frustrated prawn is on top of a bonfire. It's going to move just there. And then lash out at the person who cut it in the face with claw attacks. Does a 15 hit your armor class?
Yes. Yes, it does. It
Okay.
does, in fact. Okay.
And so a 16 does as well. So first, you take 10.
Oh.
No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, 10 is correct. 10 piercing damage.
Okay.
As it sort of hits you with an open claw, and it just the basically spines of it crunch through your armor. And then I rolled even better. Yes?
I was about to say, so it's gonna after the first attack, can I then cast a protective field over myself using one of my other
Is it a reaction?
die?
Yes.
Well, yeah, when you or another creature, here, I'll put it in chat. When you're another creature, you can see him within 20 feet. You take a reaction.
Okay.
Just whenever you take damage. So
yeah, go ahead and roll your d6.
okay.
So
Roll
it's
20 says
3.
no.
So you save yourself from 3 of those damage, but then you take 13
Okay.
as it then, with its other claw, reaches out and just crushes you, and it's holding on and grappling you right in front of it. And its antenna widen and pulse, and it like holds them over you almost like a dome.
Okay, so wait, how much total damage? That was 10 plus 13? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but then -3.
Minus
Because
three,
you
so-
saved yourself from 3, so,
So
20 total.
20 total damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Wow, that's a nat 1.
Yeah.
Rude.
These like antenna things just suddenly flash with an incredibly bright pink neon light, and you are poisoned for a minute.
Amazing.
And until the poison ends, you are also paralyzed.
Amazing.
And it is now
Yikes.
the priest's turn. They all rolled poorly, which means they all get to sort of work together, which is fun for them. And me, the dungeon master. They are going to walk over to Tanya and hit her with a club. It's going to hit. And it's going to do 1 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Wow.
Oh, thank God.
Your AC was 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they rolled a nat 14 plus 2.
Yeah.
Like a
Have a
jerk.
15 AC.
She has mage armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
Mhm.
nice.
That's the entirety of their turn, and then it's Tanya's turn.
All right. Well, that's cool. Thanks for being here. And Tanya's going to well, one, she's gonna say, oh, that was high juice. Oh, my dad's not gonna like this. And then cast Ray of Frost on this guy. Let me put it in for chat.
Is this from Binks?
No, this is from Tanya.
Okay.
But Binks is going to move over to Tanya. Where? Oh, I can't move him. So can you move Binks over there? He has like 40 feet.
To where here?
Tanya, yeah.
Okay. I think that you have to roll ranged spell attack with disadvantage when you're in melee. Okay.
Oh, when I'm in melee range? Okay, hold on. Do I want to back up and take an opportunity attack from this guy then?
You should now be able to control the token, by the way, Taco.
And you put
Okay.
its name on there. Adorable.
Oh yeah, of course I did.
Astacon's a great DM even when he's a player.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
not DMing, this is just production.
I want to hit him, so I will take this opportunity attack. So I'm going to move back.
You rolled a natural 15 and did 2 damage.
Okay. Still up, still good. I'm going to cast Ice Knife instead.
Oh.
Ice Knife. It do this.
60 feet.
Yep, I heard
Ranged
it.
spell attack. Yeah, go ahead.
Ready, and it's a D20 plus 5 for me. Oh no, sorry.
2DF.
2DF. Fudge. Oh, I got 24.
Whoo! Okay, roll a D10 and 2D6.
I'm ready.
My goodness.
So there's a D10, and there's 2D6. I really wish the dice liked me a lot more, but it should also, the 2d6 should do damage to the back to the chest too. So it does damage in a 5-foot radius.
Do you want to hear something wild?
What?
He had 5 hit points left.
Yes! Yes! I'm so happy.
So I think your eyes glow, the exact same color as this pool of water. Your one eye, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And you summon this ice knife. Does it hit them like just in the head, or what does this do?
I think it goes right. It just thuds right into their chest and then explodes from there. So it leaves a huge gaping hole in their chest.
Shards of glittering
Ouch.
ice and snow as they topple back, and it also, knocks the lid of this thing ajar. And it is. Oh, go ahead.
The other thing I wanted to do was to. You know what? No, I'll do that after combat. That's fine. I'm good. I'm done.
Cool. I was rolling to see how all these people reacted to the soothing, thought-removing sound of the Diapason being silenced, and none of them are hostile. They all look very disturbed and in some level of just confusion and pain, but this one has been cowering here the entire time. This one is going to try to run.
You're not pinging.
Oh, I'm just moving. I'm sorry.
Oh,
This
okay.
one is cowering. This one's going to move. These two are going to sort of huddle together against the wall here, and they don't seem particularly combative. It's Rory's turn.
All
Rory's
right.
paralyzed.
I'm paralyzed. How? Wait, hold on a second. Do I need to roll to try to, if I want to do an action? Is that how that works?
No, you are incapacitated and can't move or speak. You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and any attack that hits you is a crit. However,
what can I
you
do?
do
Wait.
get to repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn, which happens right now.
Okay, so all I can do is try to not be paralyzed.
Yes.
Okay, I can't even.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's super bad.
That's super bad. That's awful. Constitution save? Is that what you said? Or
Yes.
Okay. Please. Is that yes? Okay.
You shake it off.
All right.
Nice.
And the shudder, your capabilities return to you, but it is Araxi's turn now.
Okay.
Can I complete the open?
Yeah.
attempt?
You can shove it, and I'm not gonna make you, since you're using 2 actions to open this thing. That would be too brutal to make you roll for it again. You're able to wrench this lid open, and I assume you're looking down into the box.
What's in the box, LSP?
It looks like a tunnel prawn. A big one. Not quite as big as this one, but even a cursory glance can tell you that some of the hoses and tubes connect to the outside of the box, and some of them sort of seem to enter it, and it is dead. It is obviously completely dead. And maybe has been for a while.
Okay, I was gonna ask recently deceased her. Okay,
Like,
nice.
not in the last day, but probably in the last week or 2.
Yeah.
Probably should have made you roll for that, but that's the truth.
Yeah, fair. Initial reaction is like, okay, I get nothing to do here right now, and turns to see Rory kind of held aloft behind the prawn, the big one.
Yeah.
Doesn't look great.
Not ideal.
And going to go ahead and try to, doesn't want to whiff anything, so just gonna go ahead with another magic missile, just
Love it.
straight at this.
Good stuff.
And unless it resists anything, I just want to roll it all at once.
It can't resist it, so you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 11 total force damage.
Nice. These darts sort of anime missile out and twist around each other, spark into its exoskeleton. They sort of pierce in. One of them actually like hits it, and you see like a little thing come out the other side. Its antennas also like you can see them like orient themselves towards the magic as it comes in and sense the direction of it. Anything else?
I noticing that I'm just gonna take a step behind the box.
There. Mirish, can I interest you in a turn of Dungeons and Dragons combat?
Absolutely. All right. I would like to cast Hunter's Mark on the prawn. And that's a bonus action, so I'm still allowed to attack, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Then I do. Let me grab my thing. Plus I get an extra d6, was it? On top of it then?
I think that was from
Oh, the damage one. Yeah, for damage. All right.
For I think that was on the first turn. Was that when you get that first extra 1d8?
Wait, until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6.
Oh, from Hunter's Mark. So sorry.
Hunter's
Yes,
Mark, yeah.
Absolutely correct. I was thinking about your Dread Ambusher feat.
No, Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark plus Dread Ambusher could be a pretty brutal turn one in the future.
All right, let's see.
It is. I've done it before, and I've had 2 attacks.
All right.
Maybe we are having some po' boys after all.
Don't forget 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Anybody hungry?
So you I think you take one of this thing's like 6 feet clean off, and it onto the ground and skitters for a second in its own ichor, and then rights itself and shrieks at you, which I'll save you from that sound and my own.
Yeah, save your own vocal cords. Goodness, yes.
Does
Sorry?
it drop Rory in doing so?
It does not. Rory is still grappled.
Grappled. Oh no.
Oh,
Thanks, try
no.
Marish. Thank you.
Hang on. No, I'm reading how grapple works. And I think that when you become paralyzed, you become incapacitated. And when you become grappled, it ends when you're incapacitated. That's confusing to me and not intuitive. So that's not the way that works for now.
Okay. Fair.
The condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. I think that's just because you can't be grappled and incapacitated. I don't know.
It's the grappler, the one who is doing the grapple.
Grappler. Yep. There. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And now I know why, because I was interpreting it incorrectly. Lovely. Mirish. Is that the turn?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do anymore.
Okay. Aelin, you're up.
Okay, do I see how injured this number 1 person coming at us is?
They
were the
look...
one that Mirish baseball batted off.
Yes, they are limping. They look... You know, there's something funny in Dungeons & Dragons where damage is not supposed to entirely represent just how injured you are, but how willing to fight you are. They look like they're pretty much done fighting, but they're not like incapacitated, and they have some sort of dislocation or fracture in their foot or ankle.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to instruct Yevon, who I remembered their name this time. I'm really happy. We've got someone injured coming towards us. See if you can't help them out. See if you can't heal them up with some of those delicious berry shenanigans you've just conjured.
Okay.
Keep safe.
Yes. Okay.
And I am gonna draw out the crossbow. Oh, hello, crossbow and USB cable. No USB cables, just a crossbow. I'm gonna load it, aim at that giant prawn thing, and open fire with it.
This thing's passive perception isn't actually super bad. What was your stealth roll?
My stealth roll was only a 7, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you know what though? Because of where your allies are, well, no, that doesn't give you advantage, but it does give you sneak attack.
Okay, cool.
So you roll your attack with sneak attack, but not advantage.
Awesome. Longbow, because just fluffing this so I can use the Nerf crossbow.
I was thinking it would be really cool if, like, since you're sort of scholarly and like you're into like technology a little bit, if it was like a crossbow that, like, when you prepared it to fire, like flipped the like bow part out so it was much wider than when you carry it.
Yeah, maybe.
Kind of unfolds to a longbow sized crossbow.
Like you pull a lever at the front and the arms sort of come out. That would be really cool.
I don't know.
Okay, so normal roll. Blesses in chat, everyone, please. Oof, that's not great.
8's not gonna do it. So
Nope.
yeah, this thing goes whizzing in between the prawn and Mirish, and maybe embeds itself back into this box. Just given the angle that you're shooting at.
Like the Raxi can for sure hear the thud of that
Yeah.
crossbow
Roxy is
bolt.
suddenly grateful for a different reason that she stepped behind the box.
Yeah.
Can I like fluff a quick like message with some copper wire to Araxi and just say sorry, and then tuck back?
Okay. You absolutely can.
Cool. It's just sorry.
You can roll your
And
stealth
then-
again as you bonus action hide.
Oh no! Too busy apologizing and not hiding well enough.
Okay. Does a 17 hit you, Rory?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Oh no!
17 definitely does.
So this prawn is going to drop you intentionally from its claw and take the back of it and smash you for 8 damage.
Oh, cool. 8 damage, you say?
Indeed.
Well, I'm down.
So you guys see Rory sort of wakes up, shakes off this paralysis, is dropped, and just as he's sort of trying to fall, like land in a combat sense, this enormous claw, like the back half of it, crushes him to the ground, and he sort of crumples prone in his space. And then seeing that, it's going to take its other claw and reach out to try to attack Riz, or Mirish, Riz for short, I think. And it was a natural 11 plus 6, so 17.
I think that hits. Yeah, it does.
It's going to grapple you and deal 10 damage.
All right.
And it is Tanya's turn.
Okay, the first thing Tanya does is look into that box and goes like, I drank that fish water! And then she's gonna move. And then Binks is gonna go right up to this fishy boy. And he's gonna use the spell I stored in him, which was Frostbite. And he just essentially rolls like he's me for this. So no, I stored Ray of Frost in him, so he's gonna make an attack roll. A d20 plus 5. It's 23. He hits. And then I roll 1d8 for 6
so you
damage.
deal 6 damage to this thing. frost gathering on its exoskeleton. It looks battered, and its antennae are sort of wiggling chaotically. Yeah, that happens. Its speed is now reduced by 10 feet.
Yep. And then I am going to cast Firebolt onto it.
Okay.
So that's a 15 to hit.
That will not hit.
So
the firebolt will glance off of its exoskeleton.
Okay. And that is my turn.
This person is going to run out of the space here, and Nievin is going to go to them and sort of try to get their attention and hold them, and immediately start like talking to them in a calming way. She also pulls them over to they're sort of out of the opening of this space, just like you instructed her. And it's Rory's turn.
Well, how do you roll death saving throws in Roll20?
You type /R 1d20.
Or there's actually in the center panel, successes, failures, death saves. You can click on the word death saves.
Oh.
Yeah, if you want to do it with drama.
That's that looks like a fail.
Araxi,
You
you're
should
up.
be able to actually mark the failure on the character sheet. This is fine. Araxi sees Rory like crushed.
Yes.
She's going to let's see. How large is Binks?
Small.
Tiny? Or small?
He's a teeny tiny kitty. He's like a house cat size.
Okay, so we
Tiny
can
beast.
occupy the same space.
Mm-hmm.
She like and moves 20, 25, 30, 35 to be right where he is. I'm gonna stand there just so that it's just to be visible.
Yeah, I can hide the token. There you go.
Okay. And we'll use Shocking Grasp. That's gonna miss.
11 total is not going to deal damage in this case. So you're able to reach out and touch it. Obviously, it's not going to be able to completely dodge out of the way, but the electricity sort of arcs over its body, down its weird crustacean segmented form, and into the ground.
Mm-hmm. Just looks up at it like, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's me.
Mirish, you are being held in the claw of this thing. Grappled. You can either attack from within its claw or try to free yourself.
I think I'm going to try to attack from within the claw.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Where did you go?
Is Hunter's Mark a concentration spell?
That's a good question. Let me check. It's...
If it doesn't say concentration, then it's not. Okay.
It does. It is concentration.
Okay, I'm going to need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw from when you got crunched.
All right. Constitution. Oh.
So Hunter's Mark does flicker out of existence, but 13 damage is a lot. And so you're there, like this thing is piercing through your rad 80s outfit and like crushing you, but you have this massive glaive that you spin and just plunge it into this thing's organs. Like you deep gouge into this creature, and it shrieks again, and it is looking badly hurt. Aelin, it is your turn.
Okay. Pretty sure I could probably see Rory not doing too well. Do I have any ability to move faster than 30? As I'm not a dreadfully clued up D&D player.
You can dash as a bonus action since you are a rogue.
Outstanding. Yes.
So
Right,
your speed
I'm gonna
would be 60.
Get over to Rory as quickly as possible, and then I'm gonna try and drag him away. For death saving throws and stuff, I do have healing potions. Are they likely to help in his current condition?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. I think I might do that then. Okay, so I'll dash.
Without getting into the
then.
mechanics of why, you should do that before you drag him anywhere.
Sounds good. I will do that. So yeah, for sure. I'm gonna use one of my fancy healing potions.
You made him yourself, right?
Yep. I brewed these up myself.
How do they taste? Not that I have any.
They taste like
medicinal.
unconscious.
Yeah, they taste like
Medicinal.
they're deliberately not very palatable at all. They're like super medicine-y and stuff because you don't want to consume them by accident. You know, if you're in the middle of the night and you're rummaging around in your backpack and you take an accidental swig, you're like, oh, this is healing potion, right? I shouldn't be drinking this to quench
Right.
They
thirst.
taste
Right,
like
so I
not
probably, like-
dead.
Yes.
So I probably start coughing and choking a little bit when I like kind of start regaining consciousness.
Outstanding. I think that's everything I can do. So I've used my
Then roll
bonus action.
the healing for that
Okay.
potion.
How the heck do I do that?
Let me.
Potion of healing? No, it's not.
I believe it's 2d4.
Okay.
A potion of healing. Let me confirm that. It's 2d4 plus 2, even better. So go
Ooh,
ahead and roll
nice.
2d4 plus 2 as you use your action to essentially like prop Rory's mouth open, and better than when you were throwing it at with one of his face, actually
Yeah.
managed to administer 6. Yeah, Rory, what do you do as you regain consciousness?
Yeah, like I kind of cough and I'm just like, what? Aelin.
Aylin's over him, just panic.
Yeah.
Panic. You got a bottle in your mouth going.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm just like, okay, that's enough.
Aelin's face and weird shirt right over you. This far
the
away.
weird, I wake up to like the side just through weird shirt and like high detail in front of my face,
Yeah.
and drowning and healing potion.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 6 hit points returned to you.
What happened? And
You
you're
got
gonna drag me,
squished.
right? I got squished.
Can I drag him out of harm's way with any remaining? Because I've moved and I've used my bonus action.
I'm going to say that you can pull him because he's not resisting you, but it's going to cost you 10 feet of movement for every 5. So if you've got 10 feet of movement left, you can drag him 5 feet.
Right.
You should have
let me-
60, though. I think this should be fine. You went
Yeah,
5,
let-
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So you still have 40. So you still have 20 feet
Oh
of
no,
movement
sorry.
left.
Yeah,
So you can move him.
it is 40. I can
You can move him
I
10
drag
feet.
him. So I'm gonna get him there.
Okay. Sweet.
Just out of the way so he doesn't get re-squished.
Thank you.
What's your armor class, Aelin?
My armor class is only 13.
Okay. Well, that shouldn't be too bad. I'm sure you'll be fine. You take 9 points of piercing damage as it almost offhandedly slashes you with the claw that isn't holding Mirish.
Rude.
And it is the prawn's turn.
One more of that, and I'm down as well.
So it's gonna be
Aelin just curses at the thing in which language is he gonna? I think he's gonna do it in Celestial. Sure, why not? Just swearing.
cursing in Celestial. I imagine has a very interesting flavor to it. I bet it's like in Canadian French where it's very liturgical, like tabernacle.
Yeah, let me let me grab that whilst you carry
Sure.
on.
In the meantime, Zara, could you make a Constitution saving throw as these neon pink tentacles glow with a burst of white light right in your face.
All right. That sounds pretty.
Easy.
Wow.
Easy.
This heat and energy, like, sort of almost tries to short circuit your brain, but you don't like thinking. It's for weirdos. I don't know how you shake it off, but you do. And
It's very aesthetically pleasing, and I just can I appreciate it.
It's going to take its free other claw, though, and try to attack Araxi. I'm rolling so well for these attacks. So that's an 18 to hit. And it's going to do 9 damage and grapple you. So it now has 2 of the party in its 2 claws, and it's
dual-wielding party
shrieking.
members. Rude.
Yeah.
Loskach is do ort is the precise phrase, and it translates to that you may be burned and scorched.
I love it. Tanya, can I interest you in a turn of Dungeons and Dragons combat?
Yes, you may. Against their better judgment, Tanya's gonna frostbite. So I need a Constitution saving throw from that boy.
Natural 7. I think it has an okay modifier. 10.
Yes, it fails. So it takes 1d6 of cold damage, and it has disadvantage on its next attack.
Horrific.
So it takes 3 damage.
Yeah, and it has that like hits it in the face and like freezes one of its eyes. It's weird insectoid eyes.
Yeah.
Rory, what would you like to do?
Can I have a turn in Dungeons and Dragons now?
Yeah.
It's a little
You
bit.
finally can.
Aylan's not gonna resist if you try and charge back in.
Okay. Well, I do still have a second wind, so I'm absolutely going to use that. And give myself
13. Oh no, 1d10. 13 is the maximum.
It could be just like
4.
nothing. It's nothing.
It's 4.
It's 4. Good. You know what? No, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. I've been hit for more damage on this in 1 turn already, but oh boy.
So that's your bonus action.
That's my bonus action. Oh wow. What do I have? I only have a sword. Of course I only have a sword. Can I throw my sword? At it? like a javelin toss throw.
You could. Yeah. It's going to be an attack. It's
Okay,
not
actually,
proficient with it.
I have another idea, but I wasn't sure. I'm not sure how the mechanics is going to work out. So I was hesitant to bring it up to you. I have telekinetic movement, which basically means I literally can move objects with my mind. I can be a large object too. My other idea was I could take a piece of the tuning fork and bring it down on the prawn as bludgeoning damage. But I don't know how that would work. I can't tell you what damage that would do because I'm not sure. It'd be like throwing a piece of metal at it.
That's cool. I think you would maybe have to like hold it up and drop it on it.
And that's what I'm thinking. I can kind of force move it up and just drop it like it dropped me.
There's a certain poetry to it. I will say you can try that if you like.
Okay.
It's probably going to be more likely to do damage, but do less damage than your sword throwing idea.
More likely to do damage is probably more reasonable, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay. give me a D6. So give me an attack plus intelligence and proficiency, which is your normal attack, and then if it hits, give me a D6.
All right. So it's just that.
It's gonna hit.
Okay, cool. And then our D6. All right. It's better. It's better than my healing. Okay.
You guys see Rory get up on one knee and brush his hair out of his face. Stands up and reaches out towards this divine relic of power and lift it into the air with his mind. Up to the ceiling. It plunges and crushes this thing's skull. It collapses, twitching onto the ground.
Oh my god. Did that? Is it moving? Is it done moving?
Aelin is waiting for the high five from Rory.
I turn around and high five you. I'm like, thank you. You saved my life.
In full 80s movie fashion, you guys jump and high five, and it freeze frames, and then Daybreak City Nights somehow shows up in neon letters.
I'd like to think that in that freeze frame, I'm still stuck in the claw of the crushed, like in the background somewhere. Like, hello.
The two of us are pinned next to each other, so good work.
This is cool.
There's a bonfire pleasantly crackling alongside you.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go sit down by the bonfire and just try to catch my breath.
Aelin is straight up gonna head over to the other guys, get them free. Whoever's looking the most beaten up is gonna get some potion.
At this point, that might be me, but I'm not sure.
Tanya goes over to the corpse and frisks him for information. I mean, Tanya has 5 hit points, but she don't care right now. She wanna know if this guy's what the dirt this boy got.
Yeah, Araxi is gonna have a potion thrust in her face. It's not gonna get force fed because she's conscious, but suddenly potion just sort of appears.
You're able to drink it?
No, please. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine.
You are not fine. I can see the blood seeping from your armor.
She looks down at it like, you can see mental note, fix that.
So what happened in here anyways? Because I just kind of ran in and there was a priest person and then that thing appeared? What did you guys do in here?
Anya?
I would like to know this as well.
Well, that guy was bad and he wanted us to drink high water that gets you real high and it makes you only focus on good things, make you real lethargic and lazy, so he wanted to mind control us. But he also tried to mind control Marish before, when we were politely like, no, we're not going to drink the water.
Yeah, we're not having that.
We're not having that. So then I made him drink his water. And that's what
he got mad.
He got mad. He got real mad.
Yeah, he got real mad.
Aelin's gonna put his hands on his hips like this and sort of jokingly wag his finger. It's all your fault, then, I presume.
He started it.
Yeah, no, he started it. Also, they said this would happen. So she goes back to trying to find stuff in his pockets.
And this
Aelin's just giggling and doing his best to free everyone and heal folks up.
Araxi, sorry, I see Dinsdale.
While they're arguing about this, Araxi goes over to more closely examine and see if she can, like, with her. I mean, this is clearly more than just mechanical and magical. There's also this biological component. But with what she can, she wants to try to figure out what, like, how this whole thing, how this apparatus worked. Like, if there's some property of these creatures that she's, grown up around that she was unaware of, or if there's something else at play. If there's something related to the box itself, the machinery of it that's introducing some agent, or what? Just the decomputer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have a. What skill do you think you would use for that?
For Audoxy, looking at it as an artificer, I think she would be looking at it with Arcana, but like nature makes sense too. I don't know which is
either
the more relevant skill.
Sure.
Did you want me to roll one of those?
Oh yes, please. Yeah, roll one. Yes. Yeah, it's hard to tell. What you are able to surmise from that is that some of these connections look like the sorts of connectors that you would use in your armor when connecting sources of arcane or just magical power to one another. So there is an element where there's power transfer happening, and to you it seems like it's from the pool and the Diapason to this box.
Not the other. It's the flow is in this direction.
Yes. Aelin is consoling these people and sort of trying to help.
As I see Aelin do that,
check on them.
I feel like at that point I'm like, wait, no, Nevin, and I want to like start to get up and I guess go out of the thing of the church to go see Nevin. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're able to walk outside. You see a scene of chaos outside of this place as well. People are doing everything. I mean, there were nearly 100 people. I think it was about 80 in this large cavern, and some of them now are like gathering and talking in large groups or different sized groups, pointing at the temple. Some of them are like crying. Some of them, there's just sort of undifferentiated reactions happening outside. Nobody seems to be attacking you yet or anything. But Nievin is there consoling someone.
I hobble up to Nievin. Hey, you doing okay? How's things out here? Is the noise gone? Is the ringing gone?
Yeah. Oh man, you never heard it, huh?
No, I never heard it. I mean, I felt something when I got close to the. There's like a thing in there. I don't know. It had some sort of effect over us, but we broke it.
It's gone. Yeah. This person's hurt. I gave him a couple good berries though, and they're still hurt.
Oh.
I think maybe less
bad?
hurt.
That's good. Can I get one of those good berries?
Oh yeah, I gave like half of them to Aelin, but I still have a couple.
Okay, thank you. I just started like eating.
You can regain 2 hit points.
That's significant for me.
It's 20%.
Yeah.
Marish, what are you doing?
I'm actually going over to Tanya because I know Tanya just checked out the priest. and I go over and say like, "Hey, Tanya, are you all right now? Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
You drank the fish water."
Yeah, it got me real high. Got me real high, but I'm wondering if it does it now. And then Tanya runs over, drinks more fish water, and she tastes it like, do it now?
Does it?
Sorry, why are you calling it fish water?
Because it's the prawn.
So are you drinking from this?
No. I'm going back over
the flow
here.
is in
Oh, okay.
the opposite direction than it actually is.
We don't know any
Before
better.
you do that, let me tell you a couple things.
Okay.
You found, frisking this person, some change, some coins. It's 5 gold, 9 silver, so not nothing, but not a ton. And a key that was around their neck on a little string.
Is there, like, are there any, like, symbols or anything on it that would, like...
It looks like a fairly, it looks a lot like a house or a lockbox key. It's pretty simple.
Okay. I'm
And then you drink some more water. You love it. It tastes so good. I'm just going to have a wisdom saving throw from you.
Can I do charisma, or is it just pure wisdom?
I mean,
This is wisdom.
you already
Okay.
failed the wisdom saving throw by drinking the stuff again.
At 20!
You do not at this time develop any sort of dependence.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, man.
I just turn around to everybody and I'm like, this is drugs. This is drugs. This is drugs. No one tell my dad. No one tell my dad I did drugs 2 times.
I go up to Tanya and
Oh.
slowly lead her away from the water and be like, "Hey, before you're like on your trip, what did you find on the priest?" Like,
Oh, I found this gold, and then I guess I hand a piece of gold to everybody. I just split it up evenly because I'm just like, it's just, here you go. And then I was like, I also found this key.
was there anything
Rory,
about Gam
someone's
Gam?
approaching you.
Oh. I instinctively like put my arm in front of Yevon and like
It's actually 2 people.
okay.
There is. They both look hunched,
Okay.
but one of them is significantly taller than the other. Somewhat shriveled with age, an orc with like white twin braids,
Oh.
who looks like they found a like stalactite and they're gripping it like a weapon. And they're even though they're themselves somewhat hunched over, are like supporting another person, and they walk up out of the crowd and look at you and address you and say, "What the shit?"
I'm just as confused as you are. There was a giant prawn thing. I think whatever the noise was is gone now, though. I don't know. I'm still.
Yeah, now.
I mean, hi. My name's Rory, by the way. What's your name?
Or pleasure to meet you. You
Wait.
seem like a very polite young man. Please get out of my way.
Thank you. Wait. There might be
Walks
somebody.
into the temple.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, were you saying something, young
No,
man?
just there was. I think we were looking for you. I don't know. My head kind of still hurts. Just go inside. It's okay.
She points
I'm-
the stalactite. You were looking at me? You were looking for me?
No, that's not.
Who are
I
you?
mean, I'm
How
a
do you
friend.
know?
I'm a friend
She
of Mary.
grabs you by the collar, and it's like an industrial vice.
Okay.
This is the strongest person you've ever met.
You just got crushed.
I'm sorry.
She
I'm
pulls
sorry.
your face till it's like right near her face, and she says, "Are you sure you were looking for me?"
You know what? You're right. I don't think I was looking for you.
No, I don't think you were.
I don't think I was.
He pats you on the shoulder and walks inside.
Oh, okay. Can I have more berries?
Gam
Is
walks
she-
through the door.
Yeah.
Zara.
Do I see it yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I think as fast as I can. Wait. Oh, we're here now. I just rush over to Gam. I'm just like Gam, and like I just sprint and like tackle hug, which of course does not push her over or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. She, meets you. She's rocked back a little bit by it because you are also, of that same bloodline.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, Rhys, what are you doing down here?
I was
It's
looking
good to
for
see you. What is happening in here? What, Tadpole?
Gam,
What are you?"
where did you go? I went to get pastries and you were gone. I got you your favorite and you weren't there.
For my birthday.
Yes.
Oh, Tadpole, you're so sweet.
Gam, what happened? Why are you here?
Well, I was reading one of my romance novels that I like, with the blonde boys.
Gam, don't tell me about it. I accept it. You don't have to tell me about it. We've had this conversation before.
And I was just dozing off, and all of a sudden I found myself drawn walking into the crease, and I was like, I haven't been to the crease in a while. I guess I'll see this through. And I sort of shook that shit off and decided to just check stuff out.
Well, did
A lot
you
of
at
these
least have a
people
good
didn't
time?
even know what was happening down here.
Did you?
I think that there are people who needed help. And so, I always taught you, Tadpole, we help people if we can.
That's true. Did you just break off a piece of rock? I mean, you know what? It looks good on you, Gam. I'm happy you're back. I'm just so happy you're back.
In the background,
Not back. We're still here.
Tanya's just glowing, like. But then she lifts up the priest's head. And she's like, you know who this guy is? What's his name?
I think they were calling him Ormond. He has the nice shack. I've been sort of watching him from the shadows. He seems like a real jerk.
I immediately drop him and I go run. I start running and then I stop and I'm like, "Where's the nice shack?"
It's the nice one. Do I need to repeat myself? Just look with your eyes. Goodness,
Okay.
Children these days, they don't bother to do anything.
Listen, I don't know what
for
a nice shack
themselves.
looks like down here. Okay, fine. And then I just run away.
Aylin's chasing after her because she's still obviously hurt and hasn't healed herself up.
And then I look back and I'm like, I love you, by the way. You're the best. You're the best. Gam. And then I keep running.
Your stupid
She made
friends
your
are nice.
She made your pastries.
Pastries.
Yeah, for your birthday, she made them.
Tompusa?
Yes. With fish oil. Your favorite.
Of course, there's no other way.
Of course.
You finally found somewhere that does them right.
Yes.
You're my good little
exactly.
tadpole.
Oh.
All right, Gam. Should we head home?
I do think so. Although I met this woman here, Sivas. She's from somewhere in the crease and can't find her home. I thought maybe and you see that the person who she walked in with is crease-born. The violet shades, the sort of gill textured and the spiny ears. And said, I was going to help her find her place. The older people tend to get confused. All
right. You did always teach me to help people, so let's do it.
That's my girl.
And yeah, I kind of turn around like to whoever is still around because Tanya ran off and I think Aylin ran off and be like,
Aylin ran off after Tanya.
Yeah, like,
to-
hey, if
Araxi.
you want, you can totally come along.
Yeah, maybe I can help find where they live. Ma'am. Good to meet you.
This boar is like, good to meet you too, ma'am. Darling, sweetie, what's your name?
Araxi, ma'am.
Araxi, very good. This is Sivas. Sompuza, did you bring them?
No, they're still at home. I didn't want them to get squished.
Oh, smart. Okay. Yes, maybe you are you from here as well? You seem like you are, Araxi.
Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't been in this area, but I can find my way around. Yeah, I can help Sivas.
That'd be fantastic. Maybe, yeah, we'll see this through. Rory, what are you up to?
I mean, so Tanya and Aelin are leaving the church, right? So they probably walked past me.
Yes.
Right, probably. Where are you guys going? Did you see? Well, she's scary.
Nice check. She's amazing. I love her. So I'm gonna be her when I grow up, and then I just ran off.
I really hope not. Wait, where are you going, Aelin? Where's
I'm
she
going to the nice shack.
Tanya, stop!
No,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
going to the
charging
nice
after
shack.
it.
I gotta go to the nice shack.
All right, come on, Nevin. Let's go see the nice shack. What?
The nice shack. She said it was the nice one.
Can I
Tanya,
look around
get
to see
back here, for
do I
goodness sake.
see a nice shack around me?
One of the shacks looks a little nicer than the
Yeah.
others.
Do I?
Okay.
Can I perception for anything amiss, dangerous, peculiar about this nice shack?
Sure.
I don't know. There might be traps or something. Oh, hey.
Yeah, you rolled really well. I almost want to. This is such a. I'm gonna like slightly behind the scenes. When somebody rolls really well and I don't have anything prepared, I almost want to give them something to avoid as like a reward for asking. But it looks like this person took the nicest living space for themselves. The door is locked but doesn't seem trapped or anything like that. It's kind of like not the cleanest or nicest on the inside. It looks like the abode of a relatively lazy person. You can see through the window because I'm sure you're like sort of, checking things out as you're walking up. But you don't see anything that looks dangerous.
Okay, cool. I can. Tanya,
My-
potion, and then we can do some breaking and entering.
Okay, it's not breaking and entering if I have the key and the resident is dead. Right?
Okay,
That's the point.
the opening and entering.
Yes. And like Tanya takes the potion out of his hand.
Holds out the potion.
She takes it and she chugs it down.
2d4 plus 2.
Yep.
Did we
yeah.
walk out of the church
Nevin
yet,
also
by the
has
way?
berries.
So 10. So I'm at. Oh, I'm
Nice.
fully healed.
Nice.
Here, yeah,
I
take a
think-
berry too. Nevin, it's okay. She has a berry, right?
What's that?
It's okay. She has a berry. We can give the berry to Tanya.
I think
16.
Aelin has a
I will
bunch
be-
of them.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
I can hand them out.
I gave
on-
you
on
the other
demand.
ones, and this other person I gave them. Bora's like, it seemed like a bad idea to come in here. What were they doing?
There was this like really weird like pool of water with this huge fork in it, and it made like noise.
Is that a
super
tunnel
duper
prawn?
amazing. Oh yeah.
That's
It wasn't a
enormous.
friendly one.
That's gotta
Yeah.
be the second biggest one I've ever seen.
I stabbed it a couple of times.
Nicely done.
Thanks.
Tunnel prawns are for stabbing. That's what I always say.
And eaten.
And eating. We should get some before it goes bad.
Is Gam Gam going over to like actually? All right. Well, I who am I to stop Gam Gam?
She sort of walks over and like takes her braids and sort of ties them together behind her and just like starts tearing pieces off with her hands and like scooping meat out and eating it raw.
Oh my god.
Well then. Hey, Gam, while you're doing that, what's up with the nice shed? Do you know what's in it?
I think that's where this jerk lived.
All right, so it's safe for my friends to go in. I mean, they're not like us. That, if something's in there, I should probably be with them.
I mean,
Obviously.
go. Feel free to go ahead and help. I sort of always, after a certain age, my philosophy that you get more mileage out of helping good people than hurting bad people.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go check it out. Don't leave before I'm back. All right.
Don't tell me what to do.
Gam. You know what I mean. We gotta eat some pizza together.
Okay.
Okay, and I like rush out of the church as Gam probably devours a whole frickin' prawn.
There's gonna be none. It's those omega-3 fatty acids that keep you strong in your old
Very
age.
healthy.
Yeah.
If you want to be like Gam, kids.
She's in awe of the amount that she's eating. Shakes her head and pokes her head outside to see what happened with Lexi.
But yeah, I go over
Did
to
she leave?
Tanya.
Left.
Awesome.
Yeah, per your instructions. Sorry. Mirish, you said you're following the party as well.
Yeah, I'm going over to where Tanya and Aelin are
Okay.
to see what the frickin' hell they're up to.
Okay. And then Rory and Nevin, are you guys heading that way as
I
well?
think we're following, yeah.
I would assume they were already sort of with us on like the porch or whatever, as we were going in.
Okay. Yeah, you take your key and unlock it. Opens the front door of this shack. Swings open. You're hit with like a little bit of BO. There's like a mattress on the ground with like sheets and blankets sort of crumpled all over it, as well
Give
as
me
like
a second, guys.
there's just a gradient of
that's
clothes
not good.
like on the floor up to the bed. And
Aylin's taking a few moments just on the porch to breathe a few times. He was not prepared for that at all.
This man's gross. This man's gross, and I hate him.
If I'd seen this, I would have had the willpower to smack that person. But
Tanya.
I hate him. I'm glad he's dead.
yeah,
Am I there yet?
you're there.
All right. Like, oh
Everyone
my
is
god,
there.
gross. Ugh.
yeah.
The church was better. Ugh.
Church is so much better.
Why are we
I've s-
here?
I've
Tanya-
seen cleaner student dorms. This is hideous. All right, let's have a look to see what we can find. I'm going to cast Mage Hand because I refuse to touch anything in this house.
Okay. The things you'll notice is there are a couple crates side by side against one of the walls. There is like plates and bowls and food also on the floor. It's not like it doesn't have like a kitchen or a bathroom. It is a lot like a dorm room situation, and is gross.
Brushing stuff aside with the Mage Hand to create a path through the detritus.
Yes.
Tanya's specifically looking for any sort of like trying to find like who he was working with or for and why he was doing this. So she's trying to find like a journal or like some sort of like personal like some PII, some personal identifying information. Like she's investigating.
Roll whoever wants to take the lead can roll investigation and with advantage because I'm assuming someone is going to help them.
My
I've got
investigation's
a
only
4.
+1.
I've got
I
4 on
won't.
investigation.
Because
for it,
Mirish still isn't over the smell and does not have the guts to go inside yet. It's still just like trying to put a step in and it's like, nope.
Tanya's just doing this and like is pointing at things like, what about that? So Tanya's giving you the
power
help
through
action.
investigate too.
Yeah.
Should I roll then?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll roll 2.
Just one person with advantage because everybody's
Ooh,
helping.
what do you have,
Okay.
Rory?
I have +2.
Okay, I've got 4, so advantage.
Ooh.
Nice. Taking the mage hand systematically. You're like cleaning the room for them almost as you like pick things up and fold them and organize them.
Aylin's not a dreadfully neat person himself. He's very his apartment, although it's sparse, is like very scatterbrained, a bit like him. But this is just this is unacceptably filthy. So he with Tanya's help, with Rory's assistance as well, he's using the mage hand as like a duster slash mop almost, but without the water to just clear things up, and anything that the kids slash young adults are highlighting as useful stuff. I'm like, no, that's just a sock. Okay, no, definitely not. That's underwear. Oh, this is used food. No. Oh, this looks interesting. You want to take a look at that? That one doesn't look too dirty. And just going through.
You find everything with that roll. A couple things of interest that I'm going to point out. Underneath the mattress, there is a leather pouch with money in it. 108 gold pieces.
This man was running a cult.
You find a journal, and it has there's a pen next to it and a little pot of ink, and the entire thing is filled with a creed, just written over and over again as if in a form of ritual meditation. It says, "Joy from peace, peace from justice, justice from blood." And there is also a manifesto written in a different hand, which outlines the mission of the Church of the Crystal Heart. And the last thing that you find is a schematic. It looks to be the exact dimensions and structure of the pool, the diapason, and the box, with explanatory texts written in it that you just found in the temple. And it says there's 2 pages. The first page is that, and it says prototype resurrection machine. And the other one is calculations how you would make one that was 100 times bigger. And with that, we are going to wrap up our episode. Thank you all for joining us. I'm sure that the players may have some questions that we'll need to talk about, but we'll have to find out about that another time. Thanks, guys, so much for playing. I had a blast.
Thank you for not killing me.
We tried. Gam.
You really tried.
I tried.
You actually did.
Goodness,
try.
you nearly
I would love to
succeeded.
tell you offline about the challenge rating of that encounter, because it wasn't 3. You guys, speaking of which, all the players will hit level 4.
Ooh.
So think about that.
Okay. All right.
And we will, start thinking about when we can get together again to play some more. Chat. Thanks for hanging out and chatting and viewing and appreciating the shenanigans and apparently clipping my prawn noise.
Chef's kiss.
Appreciate that.
Gam's kiss, because
Gam's kiss.
She clearly knows a lot about eating prawns.
Yes. Let's go around one more time. Remind people who we are and who we've been. We'll go the opposite direction this time. So we'll start with Zara, if you don't mind. Thank you so much, first of all, for creating your grandma.
You're very welcome, and thank you for making it come to life. You interpreted Gam perfectly. It was perfect.
I love
that's the magic of D&D, right? Just a
but yeah.
collaboration.
but yeah, my name is Zara Zodiac. I've been Mirish Moromira, and I will be in the future. You can find me over on Zara Zodiac on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff. I play a lot of different games because I promised to play them all. Right now it's Breath of the Wild and Subnautica. And yeah.
Thank you. So awesome job today. I appreciate you joining us. Taco Trash Can.
Taco. Hello, I have been your Chaos Gremlin, Tanya Baker today. Yeah, and you can find me on my Twitch channel doing chaotic things. And pretty much just being a weirdo. Thanks for watching, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Stacy.
Hi, I'm Stacy the Linguist, and I was here for a brief moment. So, hey, no pressure, no stress. It's all chill. I was playing Strel. You can find me on twitch.tv/Stacy the Linguist if you want to have fun science times and maybe play some puzzle games. And also, I share a Discord with local snack preferences, so you can find me wherever local snacks are sold. Anyway, thank you so much.
I love it. Tremendous.
That's amazing.
That was good.
Best guess. Dragners.
Yes, I'm Dragners, and I was playing Rory today. And I will continue to play Rory now, so that I'm not going to die today. That's good.
Maybe I'm a sidekick.
Again, second time you tried to kill me. Second time. I'm keeping count.
Third time's the charm.
Oh no!
Obviously needs
Do
more
not
hit points than
discourage.
AC.
Don't worry.
You can find me on twitch.tv/Dragners, and I play a lot of different stuff and talk about science and all that fun stuff.
It's a good time. Plus a very cute dragon mascot.
Plus a very cute dragon mascot, which you can kind of see. Whoa.
Yes, indeed.
Kind of see behind me. There we go.
How about Dinsdale?
I'm continue to be Dinsdale, Western Armenian variety streamer, streaming all sorts of games you've never heard of, or maybe you have. I don't know. I today played the part of Araxi, who had no idea what she was getting into when she went in search of her poor lost cousin, but apparently things are afoot.
Many
to
afoot
see
things.
where circumstances take her here.
Yes, I'm equally fascinated. Yes, also willing to play Dust Force, a unique quality in a streamer. Check Dinsdale out. I think that he enjoys it.
It's really
Don't read too
fun.
much into that.
Don't do it, but it's really fun.
He's
And
actually good at games.
yeah, click them buttons, yo. Real good. And Asticon,
Hi, hello.
our producer today, in case you didn't know.
Oh my goodness, it has been an
Maybe just a
absolute
tiny sneak peek.
disaster.
Praise
I
be
mean,
to Asticon. Praise
OBS
be.
decided
Seriously,
to overthrow the government today, and
Oh,
you
God.
managed to hold things together.
Man, I tell you what, it was not fun. I'm very thankful OBS had an update recently that let me undo stuff. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I've been the conductor of chaos behind the scenes with production today. And yeah, it's been an absolute blast. Thank you very much for having me back for more nerdy elf shenanigans. Great to be like part of the supporting cast rather than like the main draw of the show this time, I dare say. Letting the kids as characters shine through, and Aelin just sort of being there to shoot crossbows and throw potions at people again.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course, Bonfire.
Yes.
pretty great.
The classy Dungeon Divers Fireball. Yeah, I'm Asticon. You can find me on twitch.tv/Asticon, Instagram Asticon, SoundCloud/Asticon as well, although none of the music I've written is involved in here. That shout out goes out to Thunder Porpoise Music, who is phenomenal. Go and follow him, go and support his music,
Yes.
because he's incredible.
Thoroughly amazing.
Gosh. and was kind enough to let us use some of their tracks for this show. So thank you, TPM. You're stellar and spectacular. But back to me. I stream shenanigans mostly. Lots and lots of Elite Dangerous at the moment, but also Skyrim, Fallout 4, City Skylines, and art and music composition occasionally when I have the need/desire to do so. And yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be GMing Empire, back with LSP, and along with Amy sometimes, Brother Spathius, and Dame, all of whom are awesome. And speaking of which, go and follow all of these amazing people. I no, it's this side this time. I'm wrong. Go and follow these all amazing people because they've been wonderful and stellar and fantastic role players. And yeah, thank you so much.
Alan is our nerdy crime dad.
Yeah.
I've been local snack preferences and will continue to be local snack preferences as long as I don't fail any death saving throws. I am an illustration/art streamer a lot of the time. Play some games like Elite Dangerous and give away old Pokemon cards occasionally if you save up a bunch of channel points. That's me. I'm just so blown away that people want to watch me run a D&D game, but I've accepted that it's true, and I will not judge you for your taste. It's continually rewarding to get to help everybody bring this world to life and just barely stay ahead of them as I scramble to like build the bridge as they cross it. But yeah, I think that's it. Stay tuned. We'll let you know when the next episode will be and find out if Strel gets arrested.
Oh my God, will she?
She rolled like a 5.
Amazing.
Probably. And Rory.
Probably. With the way
Yeah, but I don't know that yet because I'm down below. But yeah, apparently me as well.
Yeah. And Tanya. If you get
Let's
arrested, Tanya's going to get arrested. Let's just be real.